Well, hello, Raiders. Thank you for coming today. I was making them hang for a long time on purpose because they're like in these poses trying to be awesome.
Philip says thank you for the raid.
Yes.
Thank you, Scronbag. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders.
What's that sad face over there, extirpatefate? We got raided.
He spilled his coffee.
I spilled my coffee.
Oh, you need to clean it up, buddy?
No. It's just already soaked into the chair. I'm just staring at the disappointing coffee that I won't get to drink.
Oh.
So I'm preemptively removing my headset because Silly Jester redeemed sexy Stormy fantasy voice.
Oh, can you refund those points since we don't do them on Saturday nights? Thank you.
I know. There you go.
That's a lot of points.
I didn't mean to waste the coffee, but I wanted it in the cool skull cup today.
I already refunded it. Sorry, Silly Jester, no sexy voice tonight.
I'll make up for it for you, Silly Jester. A surprising moment while Druid is in the stream. Just for Silly Jester.
No.
Silly Jester wants to hear your ASMR voice, huh?
People happy.
But I will do this though.
Please.
Let's get it started.
Scronbag, how was your stream? I know
go.
I was lurking in there earlier.
That is when we can do the stretch and the hydrate, although you left your water bottle way over there.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get me one for Saturday nights. I keep reading. I usually have a coffee, but I didn't make myself any coffee tonight. Because I've already had
I know,
too
and I
much
wasted
today.
some.
Well, okay, let's get this party started. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Stormkeep. I'm StormyD, your host and dungeon master for the 83rd episode of the Isles in the Mist homebrew campaign with my amazing friends, who I will have introduce themselves here in a second, but I'm changing it up a little bit. My significant other, itsStarkitty, my amazing friends, Druid IRL and extirpatefate. So please, my fellow D&D players, let's do it back in reverse. Start over there with the beard. Introduce yourself and your character, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm extirpatefate, or you can just call me Fate. I play Lorkris, the Oathbreaker Paladin, and a Path of the Grave Cleric. We don't know if the gods are real, really, so we're just going to omit them today.
I figured that's what you were doing. I love it.
Other than that, I'm the resident short, tall Goliath. And this is Gwar. He's the best woo.
Oh, woo, woo, woo.
Yes.
And the Lady Lord of Many Names over there next to you?
Is,
You don't have it. You're wearing the wrong shirt.
Yeah. Now you're just showing off.
Hey. I'm Druid as well, and I play Fern, who's a wood elf, Circle of Spores Druid. And this is Chonkpillar. All hail Chonkpillar. Oh, wait. Are you ready? Chonkpillar's gonna do the thing.
Oh.
Chonkpillar!
You don't have a consistent cue. It's changed. I don't know when you're ready for that. I see you ready, but I don't know the visual cue because I can just be like, oh fuck. It's a little premature. Some premature popping.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will stop right there, swinging back over here to this lovely lady.
I'll just go stand in the corner now, guys.
Hi, everybody. It's itsStarkitty. I play Miss Emillynn Ray, Bard, War Bard of the party leader, note taker of everything that the party does. Well, almost everything the party does. And this is Philip.
Hi, guys.
I worship Philip, by the way.
We all worship Philip.
Philip is Chonkpillar's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
That is very true.
Yes. Chonkpillar especially likes to play. Try and get Philip to somehow get to him when he's tethered to 10 feet to her. So Chonkapillar will be like,
Chonkapillar likes to play tag with Philip and get out of that 10 feet range.
That's what I'm saying.
And then Philip,
that's literally what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Philip is cursing all the time because he can't.
Get back here.
Well, he doesn't.
Why did
do
you
it in
force
front
the
of
lisp into
everybody.
that? Get back here. So the Tonka said.
Goddamn son of a bitch, Chonkapillar. He's always doing shit to me.
And then Guar's just like laying in the corner, just like.
A woo.
All
It's
right.
gotten very toasty in here.
It did.
So what I'm wondering is, can Gar see Philip? Was Gar with us when we saw the first beholder?
Nope.
I don't think so.
No.
So Gar can't see Philip.
Well, I think you guys have discussed that since then, and that's been the case.
Yeah.
That is true. He has not been able to. Here.
So
Yeah, you
Gar
just-
just
you
sees
just-
Chonkapillar flying all over the place.
Yeah, it's just like.
Like, what? He looks at Lorkris going, why is Chonkapillar laughing?
Yeah, right. Just a like cocked head, one massive ear, just going.
What?
Pyromaniac, thanks for coming in. Redeemed highlight message. Fun facts with Pyro. It's not illegal to spell macaroni as macarogna. But it certainly feels like a felony, or should I say, bologna.
I just want to make it very clear, Kieran. There's 2 pillows on my chair. Just saying.
Have you finally got an actual contour butt pillow like she has?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, she's sat there long enough. It is contoured.
Small girl problems.
I just digging holes today.
Uh-huh.
I'm just digging holes today.
I love playing in dirt.
How tall are you, Druid?
5'1.5".
Make sure you get that half in.
My ID does say 5'2", though. Druid _ is really little.
So, in reality, based on your driver's license, I'm only 2 inches taller than you.
I love that. Is really little.
Oh no, Pyro.
Stands for IRL.
We knew it. We knew it.
It's very good.
So does that make me
That's great.
really little too? Because I'm only 5'4".
Yeah, you're I don't think either one of you are really little. I think you're pretty
Yeah, it's-
normal.
well,
You're petite,
I'll
but
have
normal.
It's hard for Druid to be like little because her ego's so big.
True. As is her
So-
voice. Like,
Yeah.
she has this presence that like takes up the whole room as soon as she opens her mouth.
Exactly. Everybody knows when I'm at work.
I believe it. I literally
how I
had
find her if
to
she's lost.
readjust my limiter settings on the desktop audio on OBS specifically for Druid because like half of her speech was being cut out, and it's just normal speech. Man, you got
Normal.
a hole in your chin or your cup or something? You keep spilling that.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
The voice
You,
of
you had this look on your face like you
pterodactyl.
spilled it again.
No.
El Blabo, welcome. Welcome once again.
I clipped a clip.
Slam. God, okay. Time for us to move on now. So,
Yeah.
guys, we are to episode 83. Last week, the party had...
Wait a minute.
Oh, what?
Did you introduce yourself?
Yeah. What? Yeah, I introduced myself. StormyD. I guess I didn't. Dungeon Master, an NPC guy, experience creator, loot provider. All right, are you okay? Did Humpty Dumpty put herself back together again? I think I broke her again. Oops.
Carry on.
Okay. It has begun. Very, very well. All right. And the
Bubba.
Hydra Bubba. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Can I borrow your water there?
You want to borrow my water? Are you going to put it back?
I mean, I'm at.
Yes, you can have some water.
We both got to deal with nonsense. Right?
Patience is
Oh.
Patience is a way to describe this. That is one way.
I think I do it out of spite, really. Dealing with it.
Iro gave you a new nickname.
Oh?
StormyD_Seesaw Gamer.
Seesaw gamer.
SSG.
Seesaw Gamer. Is that because I play so many different games? Can't make up my mind. Okay. Last week the party had discovered the secret mystical way into the additional secret hidden library. It turned out to be the arcane lab of whoever the mastermind is behind this particular civilization's downfall. And they suspect that it's probably some kind of beholder as well. But he wasn't there talking. So they don't know for sure. But definitely the lab, his lab is an arcane lab, more akin to a library than your typical kind of beakers and stuff like the other one. But the way it was laid out, no chairs or anything, definitely felt like, oh yeah, this is the lab of somebody who floats around everywhere. And they had plumbed its depth for the most important details. A little bit more history. They found some memory crystals that were basically stored log files of the triumvirate. They found the teleportation rods that can help armies come back, be manually teleported back from the destinations that they're sent out the field nodes, and they also uncovered some secret history in which they apparently there was an archmage amongst the gargantuan peoples who was kind of prophetic. He was sort of a prodigy and super talented and had this interesting prophecy. And then also they had found some books specifically related to the necromantic energy machine, the machine, the crystal that powers the teleportation network nodes, that seems to draw all the undead life from the people and the triumvirate and soldiers of the citadel and the land itself. Basically, the source of the curse, the machine itself. Just like over in Fern's land, it appears that this machine, although of different construction and design, ultimately it's designed to be like a sieve, and it extracts some sort of special energy, magical, mystical energy from the existence of these immortal undead beings. And that was what they figured out. So that was the one thing they haven't had a chance to go over yet, was the details related to the machine, how to shut it down, everything that it's capable of. And that was what we were going to go over tonight and go deeper. And they were basically at a point where they were going to, after they get this last little bit of information, they're going to make some decisions if they can come up with a plan. Luckily, they're hoping that knowing how to shut down the machine will help them make their choice, the right choice. And so, did I miss anything? No. Okay. Okay. So then, what we'll do is the usual. Tell me what your characters, what stood out most about last week to your characters from their point of view. Starting with, Lorkris. Ethereal Slurpee.
I think like the stream of consciousness from Lorkris is really jumbled. I will say kind of as he gets more emotions out of it. Emotions are confusing or confused, angry, and wonder. Like he's wrapped up in like the whole God aspect, and faith is so distracting for him. But he's like listening to the prophecy. It's just like, why? Like he's just befuddled. Like he's just confused more than he's ever been.
Right.
Yeah, he's just like, this is now lost on me. Like, what have we stumbled into? What is this we've become a part of? So much has like been revealed in such a short time. It's overwhelming. And he's just like, his mind is like static. It's just almost short-circuiting.
Gotcha. Yeah, of course. He's been through a lot. His preconceived notions of the world have been turned upside down.
Yeah,
for sure. All right. Fern.
What stood out to Fern is that she's also learning a lot about her history, her past, and possibly where she came from, yet doesn't know how to bring it up or talk about it because of Lorkris's existential crisis. So she's in this weird state where she's like, we're actually kind of learning stuff that I've been wanting to learn since like I could, before I even got to the island. But now I don't know if we should talk about it because Lorkris looks like he's going to cry for the first time ever in his entire life.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what stood out to her.
Makes perfect sense. I see what you did there, Banana Tom. I'm not going to bite this time. Obviously, I don't need to roll.
Unless it's a roll between me and you. Philip, we've learned so much about Lorkris. And, well, not Lorkris, but about Lorkris's ancestors and what they did, what happened. We learned so much more about Fern's ancestors. Oh my God, I gotta put up the board. We gotta get the string. We gotta tie everything together and figure all this out. Oh my God. It's gonna be an all-nighter. You up for it? You up for it? All right. Let's get started.
Nice. For Rylar, really, the only one thing that stood out to him, I mean, obviously there's lots to figure out and to ruminate over in your mind, but he, of course, a lot of that stuff is very confusing to him, and he didn't think of the word ruminate. That was coming straight from me. But what stood out to him was when he was trying to help with the reading and stuff. You know, he's not super smart, but somehow or another he knows how to read all languages. And like there's two main things that stood out to him. One is that, yes, it is fascinating to find out about Lorkris' ancestors, and he's really fascinated by the fact that somehow or another, you know, he hasn't quite put two and two together, again, because he's not very sharp, that what happened to both of the Gloam Elves and the Gargantuans, he hasn't quite put two and two together, that they were both manipulated by the same forces. So in his mind, he's like, oh wow, what happened to Lorkris' people is a lot like what happened to Miss Fern's people. So he's like, that's really nifty.
That's really wild.
Emillynn patting him on the head. Yes, yes. You're doing a great job, Rylar.
Right.
You're doing a great job.
Good job.
But one other
You're
thing
the smartest one.
one thing that really stood out to him was, you know, he was helping look at books and stuff, and especially, you know, because everybody else had their own kind of assigned duty of the books that they were grabbing, he decided to grab, you know, some books he saw on actual Gargantuan, effectively literature, Gargantuan literature, like English lit, like, you know, the basics, the vocabulary, and almost like a dictionary, as it were. And he's
looking
actually
at the giant lit.
He's kind of surprised
what?
because he
Looking
thinks
at giant
that both Lorkris and Emillynn have misinterpreted a couple of words, and so when we start tonight, he's going to share a little bit of information.
Before we start,
Can I go pee?
Tiny bladder's got to go empty itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing I forgot to mention in my little, Philip, we're gonna be up all night.
Yeah.
We got to figure out who this debate warden is, although we know who that is, but we got to figure out the light spawn, key, and the cleaner. We got to figure that out, Philip.
Gotcha. I mean, is it something you have to figure out now? So that's what Phil asked you. He's like, is it really something you got to figure out now?
No, but I'm sure we'll figure it out over time. But, you know, we still got to put the board up and get the string and put all the theories together.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll get busy then while they're sleeping.
Imagine the guy in that meme.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Is that right? Was it
From Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, he's like got the cigarette in his hand. He's like putting at all the like just random smattering of like pictures with random red string that doesn't really connect to anything.
Oh yeah. It's like you guys.
Emmillynn's
come
actually
knocking
connects.
on
Like
Emmillynn's door,
hers
and
makes
that's what
sense.
she's doing with Philip.
Do you mute the mic or take the mic off? She's smart.
she takes it off.
Oh wow. First, I will say this: the unplugging and plugging in the hole will eventually wear that out and damage it. So you might want to
That's
consider.
why I take
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Remember that this is magnetized, so you can actually just take the mic straight off, and then.
okay. I will definitely try to remember, but I have now, you know, I have a routine now.
You got to
and
break
it's
that
gonna be hard to
routine
break.
because you're going to break the mic.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right. Where were we? I think that was everybody's. Whatchamacallit? Carol. What are we talking about now?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Here we go, guys. Thank you guys for coming tonight. We're definitely winding down to the final reveals and the final, you know, battles, whatever you want to call it. Hang tight.
I don't like it.
You guys, you're gonna enjoy it. Check these tonight and the next few episodes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be worth it.
They're gonna be good. I'm excited.
I'm gonna
I'm
miss
excited.
Philip.
We'll always here for you if you want him there. All right. We have gone chat dark now.
Yeah, Karen.
Thank you guys for coming to the show. Enjoy it. We will be back again for intermission later on in a little bit. All right. So, you guys were doing all of this interpreting and stuff and reading and studying, I believe, in this room, weren't you?
Yes,
Yeah, I thought so.
because we were watching the crystals too. Emillynn was there like, Philip, did you catch all that?
Right. Well, and you were also having Gashura do some studying and practicing with him, if I remember correctly. And so,
Yeah.
All right. Well, while you all have focused on the things that you were figuring out. Oh, and the other reason you had to come down here was to use the crystals on the machine to be able to see and listen to them. While you were doing all that, you finished up with everything except the final part, which is, the machine itself. And you decided that you all want to come together and work on those books together as one. When you all sit down to do that, the Rylar, he brings up, Miss Ray, I don't know how to say this, because I respect you guys and stuff like that, and but I think that I should share that I think you guys are wrong about something. I mean, I read this dictionary from the Gargantuan peoples that I found. I think it's sort of like a dictionary.
It's okay, Rylar. You wouldn't be the first person to tell me I'm wrong as I look at Philip.
Well, the thing is, it's not like you're wrong. It's just that, and I sort of get it, right? The ancient Gargantuan people's language is going to be different than the current Gargantuan people's language, right?
This is true.
And so I think there's just a few words that might be slightly off or different than what what you guys interpreted from that what do you call it, prophecy?
Prophecy, yes.
Right, that thing.
Yes. Okay. Let me grab. Oh, okay. I got my quill and my paper. What's going on, Rylar?
Yeah. So you got two of them. Two of them were right, and we kind of knew that already, right? From the way all them weird dead people were talking to
Yeah,
Lorkris.
the fate warden. Lorkris,
that one, right? He
Yes.
did and then the other one that seems right to me is the one where the guy prophesied about the key. That's an easy word, part. But I think that the way you interpreted the other ones, the other two, it's not exactly light spawn, but I think it's more like glowborn. I mean, I guess technically you could sort of interpret it in the same way. They're almost exactly the same, but I think if you want them to be Pacific,
yes.
right? Pacific, right?
Pacific.
Then that one's that one. And then the other one that you said was the cleaner. I think it's more like the clarifier. It may not matter. They're just names and words after all.
So you're telling me that my guesses were wrong?
No.
Whatever.
Out of character, we didn't discuss
We didn't RP that.
Yeah.
We discussed that as players after
Yeah,
the credits rolled. Like that was our.
Oops.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that I was wrong when I was theory crafting last night in my bed.
I don't know. I have no idea what you were theory crafting.
Oh, she theory crafts a chunk of pillar like I theory crafted Philip.
Okay. So anyway,
Which does not.
that was one little detail that he shared.
He just secretly cries to himself at night. I don't know what else.
And then finally,
Cursed first grader absorbing tears.
after that, you guys can, your character is just kind of like, oh, okay, well, interesting.
Thank you, Rylar. It's okay to tell me when I'm wrong. I can take it. I've put up with it for the last 20 years, so I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Checks notes.
He said, so, all right. So after that, you guys get back to work on studying the blueprints, the plans and the inner workings of the machine, with the primary goal of figuring out how to make it work, but more importantly, how to destroy it, and if it truly is the key, or excuse me, not the key, is if it really is the source of the curse of the land. And I think I did indicate last week that was the first bit of information that you did confirm, that it is the curse. It does, well, it is the source of the curse. However, just shutting down the machine will not immediately eliminate the curse. It just keeps it, so the machine itself keeps the curse in an active state. So if you were to, what you do learn is, if you were to destroy, eliminate, turn off the machine, that it would no longer fuel the magic that keeps the curse, the undead curse of the land going. And to truly eliminate the curse would require a special ritual that, and of course, because these are intelligence reports and or research notes mixed together, right? They're talking about, in the context of their history with, at war with the Golem Elves, they believe that if one were to take the machine out of the equation, destroy the machine, then the land could be, the curse could be removed, but they believe that the land would need 2 rituals performed identically. And these rituals would be, basically, first off, let me back it up. Their conclusion was that it was nearly impossible for this to ever happen. And this in the report, it made the report writer happy because they believed that the idea that these 2 things would happen at the same time is very remote. And that's because, one, it would require a ritual spiritual cleansing of the land itself, at the same time that a powerful Glome elf would that a experienced enough Glome elf would be able to use a powerful artifact that they were aware of, that the Glome elves had, that they would basically, that person would have to use this artifact in its own kind of ritual, what they call penetration and
nope.
Not that kind of, just come on now.
Hey, that's a serious type of magic.
Yeah.
Not gonna be.
You guys have spell penetration as a feat.
Stop. That's from
I don't.
3.5.
Protection energy.
All right. Wow.
Sorry.
So derailed. All right.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, how about this? Here's a better word. Implantation. Here you go. All right. So
Still same
implantation and land expulsion ritual performed by a Glome elf with this particular artifact. While a gargantuan would have to perform some kind of this other ritual that I talked about, this sort of sacred ritual of cleansing, and that both of these would have to be done at the same time over a period of like a day. And the implantation ritual, the reason why, there are 3 reasons, 2 main reasons why they're very confident this would never happen. One is they're arrogant and they believe that there's no 2, that a Glome elf and a gargantuan would never work together. Well, actually, it's 3 reasons. A second reason is they don't believe that a gargantuan would ever be able to perform this kind of ritual. because it's more divine origin than arcane origin, right? And then finally, the other reason, and this is the reason that they're most confident, and that's because the artifact in question was lost somewhere in the southern region swamps long ago, never to be found again. And it is very likely that the item would have to be sacrificed completely for it to be complete. But that in the sacrificing of it, that the item would likely serve as an anchor tree for the land itself to heal it.
No, not bonus action shillelagh.
I mean, she can do that with any stick.
Well,
But that's
the Staff of the Woodlands actually gives it a buff for shillelagh.
Yeah, that's fine though.
Yeah.
You know, fine. I'll get rid of my super cool stick.
It's her tree stick. She needs it.
No, I'll do it for the land. It's fine.
But in as far as shutting down the machine goes, first off, so again, the ritual would have to be performed at the same time by both parties over a day, and then on top of that, it would require to destroy the machine would require one person doing basically an arcane spellcaster who can dispel magic on each pillar in turn, while another spellcaster does enough damage to it to destroy it. And then the same thing would have to be done to the crystal, although the crystal itself, it wouldn't have to just be a spellcaster doing the damage to it. It could actually be a combination of magical damage and physical damage that would split the crystal open to reach the inner crystal. And once you get the inner crystal out of it, then the machine at that point is shut down, unplugged, useless. And that also would require roughly about the same amount of time, about a day.
So TLDR, all four of us need to work on this.
Yes, question.
I imagine order of operations is important in the sense that we would want to disable the machine to lift the permeating or the perpetual aspect of the curse and then perform the rituals.
Oh, absolutely.
So not only...
Right.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I figured.
Yeah, I thought I made that clear. You have to shut down the machine.
I just wanted to make sure.
And then do the ritual.
Yeah.
And that by doing so here's the thing. If you don't do the ritual, then the undead beings who have basically been blessed as it's in there. Obviously, you guys would think of it as cursed, but those who've been blessed with the undead immortality would still remain in their undead immortal state until the curse on the land was lifted. So the bottom line is just shutting off the machine won't stop the gargantuan undead armies, but lifting the curse off the land will shatter their undead connection and basically, send them to a dusty oblivion. Yes.
Are you done with your info dump? Can we start RPing or?
I think so, unless you guys have if you feel like these would be questions you want to ask in RP, or if you have any if anybody else has any questions outside of RP first. Does anybody?
Because if not,
to clarify.
I'll start. Okay, so Mr. Ray. So pretty much what we're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to send me over to the tree by the lake, and I make a face there, and then you bring me back, and then we destroy the crystal.
Yep.
And take a day, and then we go outside. And then Lorkris and I have to do some crazy ritual for another day.
Yep.
And then my super cool fancy stick is going to be turned into a permanent tree. and then I can make a face there, and then we can take, and then I'm probably sure that we want to take the Shura, Moo, and Vavoom back over to Misty City. So then that means we're gonna go back to Misty City, and then we're gonna go back out there to the lake. Is that pretty much our plan?
Got that right on the nose, Fern. Yeah, I knew you were very intelligent.
Philip says, "Oh yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on her, all two of them of this side, all the time, and it's obvious that she's way smarter than she lets on."
These two.
It's way more fun. It's way more fun to be a little pretend to not be smart, you know.
Is this out of character question or in character question?
Little bit of both.
Okay.
I'm going to ask it out of character, but it's something that Lorkris would want to look up.
Okay.
I just don't know how Lorkris would phrase it, per se. The shard that we are removing from the big crystal is very reminiscent to the one that we removed in the ziggurat.
Well, they're really very, very different. One is more like
conceptually speaking.
I mean,
like it's a conduit for part of the problem.
True. That is 100% true.
Yeah. So I'm looking at it in that sense. Do we still technically have the shard that Fern pulled out?
Yeah.
I don't remember if that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Fern.
Does it?
Fern keeps it.
Yeah.
I keep it right in my hair.
Do we know if it still holds any power?
It radiates a faint aura of magic.
Okay. No. Fern, can I see that little shard?
So I pull it out of my hair. It's protected by the spider webs that hang out, so I pulled it out of my, here you go.
Rylar, what magic is this emanating?
Oh, that's weird. Uh-oh. I don't know. It's just very faint. It's kind of a yellowish color.
Can you see what kind of magic is the magic that this one has is the same as the one in there, or can you not see it because of the barrier?
Oh, well, I mean, this whole room lights up like it burns my eyeballs out. It's super bright in there. Everything's glowing pretty blue in here, so until we get it out, I can't 100%.
Okay. And Lorkris just hands it back and just looks up.
She just tucks it right back into her hair.
Okay. So
sounds like a plan.
This sure writes out. What's next?
I need to go make a face on the tree.
What Fern said earlier, we gotta go make a face on the tree. We gotta bring her back.
She writes, since I've been working hard on this, I've figured out how to do it if you have one of those rods. He says, of course, since we've been studying these books, it just helped me confirm what I'm confident I figured out.
Fate has a question to remember about the rods, because I know we have the answer because you've told us. The rods only allow us to pull someone back from a place that they can see.
That's one thing they do. They also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And then I want to make sure I'm not misremembering, but they can also pull back somebody from anywhere as long as they have one. Or no.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying. So basically, this has the ability to teleport to or back from a node.
Okay.
It'll go to a node if you don't have a rod.
And
Whether you
back
have a rod or not, you can go to a node. To get back, you have to be on the node and have the rod to come back.
Okay.
And the rod, when you're on top of a node, has the added ability of being able to communicate with the user of the machine in the room.
Okay. So it's not like we could arguably. So this is where I was getting at. I wanted to make sure because we can't go from Gloomcrag to the island to make the face, and then back to Misty City, and then being ported from Misty City to Gloomcrag because we have the rod. We have to be on a node, and that's why I wanted to make sure. I'm like, it's either on a node or I couldn't remember if it was off a node.
You confused me there for a second.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I followed you.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
I know how it works. You can't be ported from anywhere. You have to be on a node. And I was just checking to make sure we have to be on a node. Otherwise, it would make sense to split the party and then just pull everybody back. Because we could go far
I see what
distances.
you're saying there. Yeah,
it doesn't work that way. It has to be on one of the nodes. Yeah. We could have made it to like Rheingold or Novacrux if we didn't destroy it. But yeah. Anyway, carry on.
But we destroyed it.
So Vavoom says, well, when you go, I know she's so powerful and stuff, but she still shouldn't go by herself, just in case. I mean, I know we can scry on it and see if there's bad people there, but you never know. There could be some mystical trap there that we can't see through the scrying, right?
Oh yeah, heavens, I was not going to send her by herself. No.
We had 2 rods.
Well then, in Gashura, she gets in and says, well, if you all are comfortable with it, then he puts, I'll send all 4 of you, and then you can just come back, when you're ready.
That was the plan.
Are you? Oh, okay. Not everybody needs a rod, as long as we all can hold the rod, or what?
No, yeah. So basically, it's a proximity thing. As long as someone has the rod, they can be teleported back. Their whole group.
I understand now.
But it's still nice to have a spare rod.
There's a joke in there that I don't want to make, so we'll continue on.
Yeah, no, I was just like, that's teed up pretty well.
My face did not hide the fact that I made the joke in my head.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure chat did too.
So now, what's funny is now I'm curious if all of us had the same joke or not. But we're still moving on.
You know what?
I chose not to formulate one.
So I formulated one, she formulated one, and he was wise enough to go, nope, I'm just shutting this shit down now.
Okay. Yep. I get myself canceled.
Oh, that means it's pretty funny then.
No, there's just the potential for such.
I know.
I had to stop it before it happens.
Yeah.
All right, so
So,
I think you guys have
let's go make a face on a 3.
figured out a plan. All right, so all 4 of you, interestingly enough, you can actually be anywhere that this thing can view somebody. So you can just stay right here in this room, and Gashura and Vavoom teleport you straight out to the tree that you scry on that's near the lake. And yes.
And then put them.
Just out of curiosity, for all of us, since we were teleporting this way, does it feel any different than stepping through the tree?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I was about to get to that.
Okay, cool. I was like,
so before, stepping through the tree teleportation was a different kind of experience. You feel like you're being swallowed up by some blackness that then opens up into a new light, and you feel kind of like draped and like hugged or wrapped in a blanket, and then spit out on the other side. This, on the other hand, feels like your body starts to fizzle, like it's breaking apart, and all you see is a bright flash of blue light, and then suddenly that itchy fizziness comes back all at once again, and then it just instantly vanishes. Like you don't feel it's. In fact, you kind of had this memory of how it felt, but you still don't know. You're like, I don't really know how that felt. It's like it's really odd. And so the four of you, four of you plus 3, right? Find yourselves there on the edge of a lake. The beautiful, gorgeous crystal lake. What's really fascinating is there's. Well, can you back up a second? Let me describe it the way I envision it. You're right at the edge of a beautiful lake. It's fall. It's nice and crisp and cool. There's a slight breeze rippling the waves. You look ahead to the north. And you see this is the closest you've ever been to the Radiant Mountain. And you're fascinated by this monstrous mountain that's standing before you like this. It's very kind of, it looks like a normal mountain, but also seems structured, like it grew out of the ground almost. And you're also fascinated by the fact that if you look in the directions southeast and west away from it, you see it's clear skies, kind of partly cloudy. But around the mountain, at the very peak, at the very tip, there's like a circle of clouds, not dark clouds, just kind of white clouds lazily spinning around. You see this radiant beam of light shooting up into the sky. From the very top? Have you ever been driving through a city that had one of those giant searchlights shooting up into the sky?
Or is it like the Luxor in Vegas?
Or the Luxor, like that. Imagine that, only the beam is even brighter in the center and fading out, right? And there's this kind of white orange yellow radiance at the top, almost like the sun itself. And just feels so warm and inviting, and you feel serene just looking at it, but it doesn't hurt your eyes. And you're all like, okay, regardless of what happens, you feel like, I want to go see that. At the end of all this, at some point, whatever may come, you feel in your heart like, I want to go see what that is. But you're here for a mission, and so you look around some more, and you find the tree that is near the node. It's a small little grotto, beautiful little tree, very well developed, grasslands all around. And as you walk over to the tree, Fern looks out you all look out onto the lake, and it's just the way the sun is hitting the lake water. The light is scintillating off of the slowly rippling waves all across the lake. And all of you can see straight across the lake to the other side and see a beautiful row of trees and then mountains going up. This is obviously to the west. And you know that beyond that is the corrupted land that's slowly growing and cleaning itself thanks to what Fern did. But everybody sees that scene except Fern also sees in the center of the lake an island. And on the island is an incredibly lush, beautiful forest. And in the center of the forest, like rising above the forest, is a strange kind of magical hue that seems to be kind of like a haze, like translucency, just kind of hovering around in circular motion. And it's beautiful to her. And you all start to walk towards the tree. And Rylar says, oh wow, look at the lake, it's so pretty. You can see all the way to the other side.
You don't see the island in the middle of it?
What?
You don't see the island in the middle of the lake?
Nuh-uh.
You don't see the thing that's glowing in the middle of the island in the middle of the lake?
No, does anybody else see that? Is something wrong with my eyeballs?
Do you see anything, Lorkris?
If it's anything like the same blue glow, we'll figure it out.
That look on Druid's face.
The violence that surged through me was.
Do you see it, Miss Ray?
I don't.
No, you don't.
Okay.
I don't like this.
Philip, do you see anything? I mean, not that I think Fern is going crazy, but Philip?
Philip says, yeah, I can see an island there too.
I want to clarify. We can't see that, like, Rylar, Emillynn, and Lorkris can't even see the island, not just the anomaly over it.
Correct.
Can we tell there's an island there? So we can tell there's an island there, but we're not seeing the
No.
anomaly. that
You don't
she's
even see the island.
The island. Okay. Just want to make sure. Because technically on the map, I see an island on there. So.
What?
Yeah, if you look at the map, there's an island in there.
There is?
But that.
Oh, well, you know. Oh.
So that's why I wanted to make sure that I'm like, is it just the anomaly on the island or the whole island itself?
The anomaly is in the center in a grove of trees. Now that she said something and you all are looking, you still can't see the island, but you do see a little bit of a weird shimmer that at first you thought was just your typical kind of, the shimmer you would see on a hot day on the distance.
Yeah, the mirage.
Yeah, the mirage. Mm-hmm. It looks like that, but then you're thinking to yourself, but there's no way it could be that kind of mirage since it's autumn and it's on a lake. So you see that, and it's hovering kind of high. That's why you didn't really notice it before, because its juxtaposition to you is high enough that it's above. So, like I said, at the other side of the lake, there's a tree line, right? Well, this is high enough up that it's above that tree line, so it would basically be even with the sky. So now you have to just kind of look in that direction, and now you see the kind of the shimmer now. You still don't see the island though. And Philip's like, oh, I feel the island in the thimmer. It's thimmery.
I wonder.
I can't see it, Philip.
I wonder if this is where they did the rebels.
That's right. Philip says. Then you got the history book, right?
Yeah. So this is where that super magical cool portal happened, probably.
Rylar's like, oh, does that mean that's why the gargantuan people, when they had such a hard time finding the rebels, because they lived on the invisible island?
Possible.
I would. But why can I see it and why can Philip see it, but not you guys? How about this? How about I just make the moose face on this tree. We go back. We do everything else that we're supposed to do. And we can look at this after. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to spend a lot of time trying to find this island. And I think it would be better if I had, water walk prepared, but I don't.
I agree with you, Fern. All right, go find you a tree.
All right. As you guys are going over to the tree for her to do her thing on,
I'm going to put moose face.
Yeah. Rylar comes over and pats you on the back and says, "You got this, Fern." And just as he pats you on the back, he does this start. And then he touches you again. He yanks his hand back. And he touches her again and he's like, "I can see the island now when I'm touching her."
Eh? I go over and I'm like,
Rylar can find what's lost by touching her. That just seems so inappropriate.
You can find what when touching her?
Find what is lost.
Oh, what was lost? Okay.
Mm-hmm. The elusive things.
My mind heard something even naughtier, so I'm not even gonna say.
I'm pretty sure it's exactly what I intended.
Oh, okay.
I put my hand on her shoulder, testing Rylar's theory.
Yes, you see the eyeliner.
I take my hand off. So this is how you guys felt with Philip. I get it now.
Yeah, I guess. But you know, at least it's not glowing blue. I'm gonna make Moo's face really quick because you know we have a lot of stuff to do, and I would like to come back here and try to figure this out. Okay.
Okay.
So it looks like I tried to make Moo, but it doesn't really look like Moo.
Right.
Because she rushed it. You can tell she tried.
Okay. She succeeds in creating one of the what did we figure out? One per level?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now that you guys are what, 17th level? Didn't we limit it to a certain number though? Or did we not? I don't remember.
No, you just limited it.
You just said one per level.
Okay.
I only have 11. So.
Why would you only? Oh, you mean 11 left?
No, I have 11 trees.
She's made 11 trees.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, right. You've made 11 trees out of 17.
Yeah, she technically has 6 left.
Gotcha.
For now.
Does that include this one?
That includes this one.
So this was the 11. Okay, cool. No worries. Not that it necessarily matters. All right, so you make your way to get back here, and then I'm gonna assume you all go back to the node, activate the rod per the instructions you guys figured out, and sure enough, Ashura succeeds in teleporting you guys back. Feels like you got, run through a soda machine.
Whatever that means.
Any similar sensation of being electrocuted by Fern? Does it feel?
No, more like, like I said, more like you were, like run through a soda machine.
Fuzzy.
very fizzy. I mean, maybe a little bit electrical, kind of, sort of.
Wait, what sort of machine are we talking about? Are we talking about like the vending machines or the ones that like a restaurant where they dispense?
No, I mean like the whatever machine like instills the carbonation into carbonated water.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, you guys are back, and I'm not even gonna have like. I'm not even going to have you guys roll all of this because I'm going to assume that you guys are just going to take enough time to make it work, right? You have enough firepower from
everybody.
Yeah, right. And you have enough dispel magics too. So you got like between your dispel magics, Rylar's dispel magics, all 4 of you can dispel magic. And so you can just pick who's dispelling and who's doing the damage. You take the pillars down one at a time. Freeze, you basically depowers the defenses of the main crystal, although you still have to hit it with the dispel magic. And then with Lorkris getting in there with the melee and Rylar with the blasts and you get it done.
Fireball.
It takes an hour of work to get it done, but you get it knocked out, and eventually, who's going to be reaching in to grab that blue crystal? The big guy, Lorkris, of course.
Yeah.
He, as you finally split the crystal open just enough to break a big chunk off, you're whacking on it. You guys were shooting it, and you got a big chunk finally fell out, opening up to the center. You see in the center now, like the rest of the crystal. Now that it's kind of depowered and everything, it's less blue than it was before. It's much more clear. And now you see that most of the blue was coming from the hue radiating from that inner smaller crystal. And what do you do?
First and foremost, I would like to ask, as the crystal kind of depowers, does the dampening of the like the feeling of the undead curse in this room dissipate? Because while we've been in here, Lorkris has not been trying to tune it out because he realizes this is safe space. So as it depowers, does that just like assault him, or is it still like, do the walls and everything still kind of dampen that?
I would say that the overwhelming presence of undead power has diminished for you. It's kind of like the volume has been turned down some. But remember that the land itself is still cursed with an undead necromantic energy, and so that's part of the reason why your own ability is kind of
got it. So as it depowers, that stops the this being that cone of safe space. So it does. I do feel it because I'm not trying to tune it out.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. As soon as it depowers, there's this look of you've got to be kidding me. It just I didn't consider that. I didn't prep myself, so it's like a wince. It wince in the same way every time I hear Emillynn throw out vicious mockery. I'm just like, ugh, you know. And then he's just back to the scowl again, and you're like, oh yeah, he didn't like that. And then just almost lazily and not even caring, just reaches in and grabs it, with no consideration of care.
Okay.
Ain't no rhyme or reason.
Grabs it.
He just reaches in and grabs it. Yeah.
It
and goes to pull it out.
You're able to pull it out. It feels warm to the touch, but it doesn't hurt you in any way. Rylar taking the initiative because you had wanted him to look at it. He says, "No, it's glowing a slight weird blue magic, really faint. I don't know what kind either."
Same color, same glow from Fern's.
Yeah, it's the
Fern's
same
was yellow.
color, the same blue glow. Yes.
Hey, I left the color out.
I thought hers was glowing like the yellow. Is that
No. Hers is like yellow.
They're just picking on me.
Yeah. Talking about the blue glow that she's been seeing all this time.
Oh, I thought you were referencing the same one that Fern has has the same blue glow like okay.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's definitely a blue glow versus hers. It's a slight yellow. And as you guys have experienced on her land, where everything was kind of yellow hue.
Like a
Sorry,
yellow
Druid, I had to pick on you.
It was awesome. Thank you. Even
I'm not
Starkitty.
actually mad.
Even Starkitty gets in on the action.
But you notice I did not say the color. So I did not.
She held back a little bit.
I did not say the phrase correctly.
One of these days, we'll... All right.
Oh.
So yeah, it's freed from it, and now as soon as you pull it out, it when you pull on it and pull it out, I will say this: it feels like you pulled a magnet off of a refrigerator, or a magnet off of a magnet, like this kind of feel to it. And as soon as that happens, you hear sort of crunch, kind of. And now it's just very quiet. And
Is all how the sconces were emitting that same color? Do all those colors go away?
yes, now the sconces are no longer emitting a blue flame, a blue light. It was basically powering the electricity of this entire.
So it's very dark now.
Yeah, it's very dark in here now.
It's okay, all of us can see in the dark.
And that's not true. I don't think. Do half-orcs have dark vision?
I don't think so.
I forget that we have other people with us from time to time.
Yeah, I don't think Vavoom has dark vision. And
Sorry.
Gashura, so
I cast light.
Cast light and yeet.
Too bad no one ever got
times.
to see that on stream. Huh?
I know.
Okay, you can try it in the next campaign.
I don't know. Some moments you just can't ever repeat.
Yeah, yeah.
It's okay. They live
Well,
on
like
in
it-
our memory for all time. Or at least as long as these biological machines keep ticking.
We don't need to talk about that part.
Oh man, yeah, would have loved our interview when we were trying to put together a team too.
I know.
I will say, just as a random quick aside, Druid and I doing just some BS theory crafting, like just what ifs, like just totally wild. And we're like, what if the Umber Seer is Hatchet Man? You show up and you're like a familiar figure with 2 hatchets, and you can smell them. You're like, you
smell him from around the corner.
Like I know that. Like I swear, sorry if you do that shit, I would be mad.
Of course, Hatchet Man wasn't a
Just
smelly
as a-
person.
No, Hatchet Man.
There was a
No, but just being Hatchet Man. Like the Umber Seer being Hatchet Man, I'd be like, you son of a bitch.
I mean, if I was going to be that silly and comedic, it'd be funnier if it was the stinky lady.
Yeah.
It was the lady that was
Stinky lady.
stinky. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I got
she was the monk, right?
Yeah, she was. I forget what race she was though.
She was short monk, I think.
Is she dwarf?
No.
Yeah, I don't remember. I have to look it up.
Anyway.
I'll have to look it
Anyways,
up.
it doesn't really matter.
I hit a tangent. Sorry, I just don't know.
Hatchet Man.
Okay, so
It was Hatchet Man.
next, what next?
Would
So
arguably now have to rest. Like I know I didn't really mark off any spell slots, but we'd probably have to really rest before we did a whole lot else.
yes,
Ah.
because they gotta spend a day doing their whole ritual thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't. I mean, I would have. Yeah, I guess because you
Because
figured this
I mean,
information after
yes,
you
I-
rested.
yeah, because we had to use a lot of dispel magics to take down those pillars.
You had to use up a lot of slots and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you probably didn't memorize Hello for the day, did you? Or not memorize, but choose it.
Oh, of course I did.
Oh, you did.
Of course I did. So to be honest, there's really nothing else that I felt that was comfortable to take. Because like
So you're
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure your character sussed out that that's probably what you would want to do, right? Yeah. All right. So then I don't see why you guys got a delay.
Well, Druid, did Fern memorize her spell she needs?
I don't know what spell I'm supposed to be needing.
yeah, technically it's just the staff, but I don't know if there's any other
Plant
spell
growth?
component she has to. Yeah.
What's the one
Is
that
it plant
takes a
growth? Or is it
day?
that 24-hour?
Wasn't it plant growth?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have it.
That's it. You basically you figure out I'm gonna let's just say you rolled well on your nature check. We'll just jump to it because you would have, right? Go ahead and roll it for me. I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, 18 plus 9.
Yeah. Okay.
27.
Yeah, you did really good with the 27. So you basically come to the conclusion that you need to implant your staff. You find a good spot of land somewhere in the city as close to the tower as possible. Implant the staff and into the ground. Turn it into a tree and use your plant growth for a whole day, while he also performs the hollow for the whole day. So we'll say that you guys get this all done today because there's no reason to delay and rest one more time.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys spend the whole day doing that, and I guess this is some time for you to make your reports and
You can chat with Gashura and Vavoom about whatever is happening.
You don't really get to chat with Gashura anymore.
I mean,
you communicate with. Yeah, she can communicate with
There
her.
we go.
chat.
And
You know?
Yeah, Gashura is like, she tells you, you know, just offhand, a little bit of role playing. She tells you, since all this happened, and you know, she knows she's going to have to live a different life. She thinks she's going to try and develop some sort of physical hand signal language to try and, you know, help people in her situation or people who are deaf, and could use your help. And so maybe, you know, you help her in the time that you have there, and you work on developing the basic vocabulary and alphabet or whatever of signing, right? And so you guys started the first sign language in this medieval fantasy.
I thought she was going to ask me, she said, where do you store all your reports? Do you really want to know?
I mean, they know what bags of holding and handy haversacks are. So
I have a report for each day. You write it every night.
4 hours of report writing.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite cathartic tasks. All right. So at the end of that full day, you know, obviously since you guys did some stuff that morning, you would have started roughly at noon. So you kind of go into the night, and then I guess it's actually, when it says a day, does it mean a full 24 hours? Does it say in the
24 hours.
spells? Okay, so you guys
Hallowed
basically
is 24
hire
hours,
yourself out for 24 hours doing this.
Yep.
And while you're doing this, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, while I'm doing this, are the citizens like flocking and
No,
surrounding
actually,
us?
when you guys go outside, once you've powered down the machine, the barrier on the tower is gone, so you're able to just go out the front door, and all of the citizenry are now where they were at before. You know, they couldn't come up to the final courtyard area. They're all basically sit down in sort of lotus positions, sitting there. They've stopped chanting or being quiet, or they're all just quiet now, not making noises or anything. Like staring with their yellow glowing dead eyes, you know, skeletal faces, just waiting. Like they sense that the time is coming.
Their eyes are now yellow.
I'm sorry.
Green.
Green, yeah,
Green.
my bad.
Okay.
Dark green.
You know, I was looking like,
I misspoke. Yeah, it was
So
totally
you didn't solve everything
so
over
the
there, Fern.
So the reason why I did that is because the thumbnail that I used for them, the original artwork that I found for that, the glow was yellow, but I used a color grading thing to turn it green. And so what came to my mind was the first art piece
Image.
that I used.
Yeah.
Anywho, now, and at the end of it, when the ritual is completed, and of course, the first part of it is, at first Fern balks, but you know, she also realizes this is a really cool thing that she's doing, sacrificing something that's important to her to help cleanse the land of Lorkris' people. And
yeah,
so
she's gonna do it with an attitude, though.
Exactly. She doesn't hesitate at all, but she does do it with an attitude. And she implants it, starts the growth ritual all at the same time that you're doing the thing, and over that 24 hours, you all exhaust yourselves doing this, but at the end of it, you feel that everything has lifted, and you immediately, all of those people that are just sitting there waiting, as the ritual went on and got closer towards the end, the green light in their eyes started to dim, to fade out until they were just gray husks. And when the ritual completed, they disintegrated into blowing in the wind. And there's this huge patch of lush grass and plants that's grown up and melded into the tree that was once her staff of the woodlands. And
So the people are now dusted.
yes, all we are is, yes, they're back to Kansas. they went back to Kansas with Dorothy. No, sorry.
At the very end, when she's so tired, she's gonna craft Emillynn Ray's face on the tree.
Oh. That's cool. And after she crafts Emillynn Ray's face on the tree, she collapses and sleeps there.
And she curls up immediately underneath the tree and takes a nap, doesn't talk to nobody. She just is like, okay, tree time. The first time sleeping under a tree for a long time.
Since this happened over a certain period of time, once you completed the ritual, shortly after that, enough time would have passed that a new communication would happen. You guys get another buzz from your stone cell phone.
Ring, 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 ring. Ring, 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 ring.
And,
banana phone. Do, 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 do.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
What you get is that incredible news. Hopefully it's because you completed your mission. Regardless, the blue undead army that was in retreat towards the north has literally fallen apart, and all of the undead, the wandering undead, disintegrated to dust.
Dial back, Jocko. Yes, we completed our mission. Don't send anybody up this way yet. We'll be back soon.
We'll be back soon.
I knew it.
Like,
Perfect.
that's where we're headed. Yeah.
All right, so now Lorkris's undead sense doesn't sense anything for he can sense for a mile. He can't sense anything.
Oh, I would let him rest.
No, I'm just saying.
No, yeah.
After the ritual is completed, he no longer senses any undead anywhere within a mile. I think that was the radius, right, Mel? Oh, and one other thing I don't want to forget. Fern, any of the abilities that the staff had, you have now.
Wait, so are you saying she can cast Pass Without a Trace at will?
Yes, you can now cast Pass Without Trace at will. And what are some of the other abilities that it has?
So.
Oh, you do that. I'll be right back.
Okay. Someone else got a pot.
And then I have something I'd like to do. Yeah.
Okay.
I get an extra +2 when I whack with Shillelagh.
Yeah, that's still in effect. If you use the Shillelagh spell, you still get an extra +2 as if it were. Yes.
Thank you for the
Pelicannon!
Arigato for the
I
follow,
love
Pelicannon.
you!
Appreciate you.
I love you, Pelicannon.
Pelican.
And then that's also where I cast the Wall of Thorns is through the staff.
I will just say
And the
that
rest
now
really
what you
doesn't
have
matter.
is one extra spell slot per day that can only cast that spell once per day.
Cool.
Is there anything else?
The rest are all spells that I already can talk to literally everything already.
Right.
And like the awaken spell is something I would never use because I mean, why would I awaken something when I could already talk to it?
Right.
Yeah, and the rest are all spells that I already have access to but have never used. The only thing is like the Wall of Thorns was one that I used regularly besides the at will cast Pass Without Trace.
Yeah. So basically, the way I'm going to justify it is that those are the main three things that you get from it. The Pass Without Trace is basically just a cantrip for you now.
Ooh.
And then the like I said, one extra spell slot per day that you can use only for the Wall of Thorns. And then, of course, if you use Shillelagh on anything, I think it's an extra +2.
Cool. So I'm just going to pretend like I don't actually have my stick anymore, but
Just gonna hang on to it.
I'm just going to keep equipped, but
Hey, we just gotta find you another stick.
She's got the staff of the adder.
it's a snake.
What?
I do. I forgot about that. Right
I forgot she
here.
had that too.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of that staff, I keep thinking of Jafar's staff from Aladdin.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or Moses' staff from that one
yeah.
with, whatever. Was it Prince of Egypt?
Oh, yeah. Prince of Egypt.
And I'm just gonna go back to, I'm just gonna look at P83 and just be like, I'm gonna miss you.
So the staff was a beautiful kind of a cherry red oak, and this tree though is like a Japanese cherry blossom tree.
Sakura tree.
But it has Emillynn Ray's face on it now.
That's right. Okay. And this was your best work ever. Well, let's see. I'm gonna have you roll a nature check.
$14 + 9.
That's 23, I think. So yes, you nail it. It's a really incredibly her best likeness ever. Really does look like a sculpted version of you.
Oh wow. Fern has been taking some pointers from Rylar, huh?
You all learn from each other. So now you need to rest another 24 hours, I believe, or not 24 hours, but rest to get to change your spell slots up. And I think your plan was to use this tree to teleport back to Misty City.
Yep, because we had
to
to
take Gashura and
Vavoom and
Vavoom. Did you want to? I mean, was there anything else that you wanted to do here? I
would say before we rest, or at least before Lorkris, before that happens, he's gonna take that moment and go into the throne room with nothing and try to imagine what this once was before this curse. And just kind of reflect on everything that's happened.
I'm sending a message to Jocko going, we're coming back through the tree, the garden.
Okay.
No big fanfare, please.
Kick everybody out of the garden.
Okay. So are you doing that on your own? Are you purposely doing that by yourself?
I mean, I let like Emillynn know, like you got it.
Nice job.
I saw it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not just like slinking off and like not telling anybody. I'm just like, I'll be back. I'm just gonna go do this, clear my head for a moment before we head back to Misty City, because like I haven't been around people, been around us, and a lot has changed.
Yeah.
So it just kind of needs that moment of reflection. This is before the night, so like it's not before we leave, but yeah, he's gonna take some time to kind of.
Before you head off, I'm like, how long before you want us to come get you? How long do you need?
Maybe about an hour.
Okay.
Yeah. If I don't come back in an hour, come get me.
Okay.
Yeah. You head back to the throne room and you stand there looking at it for a little while before you decide to sit in it. And sit in it and kind of embrace the moment. Feel it under your skin. Look around. You definitely get this sense that now that you're kind of looking at it with unfiltered eyes and without that oppressive undead, presence just overwhelming your senses, that you feel like these people, if they had not been lost to their own fear and hatred and folly, and that they had an impressive, like, in any of the cities that you've seen back on the mainland, nothing like this. Like, it's their architecture, their stonework. These folks were incredibly advanced and there was an artistry to it. And you respect that, and you feel like it's sad that they had succumbed to whatever this dark path was that they followed, being tricked, but you also don't absolve them completely. I mean, yes, they were tricked, but they were only tricked because they allowed themselves to be manipulated by their basest emotions that were already there, and it was really that their fear and their ignorance was exploited to build up this kind of hatred, and that they placed too much faith in others instead of in themselves. And so, the citizenry, right, compared to the leadership. The leadership obviously was full of corruption. You kind of envision and imagine that there were people that weren't. Obviously, the story of Crusader Ulthric is one such example. You imagine there were probably others that were either repressed, left with the refugees, or were just too cowardly to stand up and went along with it,
Mm-hmm.
And just a sad tale of an ancient people who lost their way, who could have contributed much advancement to the world, but instead fought over something that probably didn't need to fight over to begin with. Did you have any other questions?
No. However, as he sits there pondering this in this silence, he mutters out loud again, very similarly to when he said yes to the question in the soup. A birthright is by choice. It's now ringing in his head, like that statement from a few days ago. And the realization that, in a weird way, I am Ouija's, because I am of Ouija. And just trying to wrap his brain around that and come to terms with this newly lost figurehead and what he thought it was or how he viewed it. And then is just perplexed by the raven-haired woman. Yeah. And after some time, he'll stand up.
Fern comes running
Look.
in. Lorkris, it's been an hour.
No. Go ahead.
And then it just like reverberates in the chamber like, fuck.
Let's go, Lorkris! You've had your time. We got shit to do.
All right. I look at Guar, just quite refined, isn't she? Let's go.
What did
Okay.
you say?
Quite refined, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Lork.
Yeah.
I would have given your character like an hour and a half, because it'd be like, no, Fern, it hasn't been an hour yet. Nope, no, yeah, not yet. No. Oh, nope, you can't go.
Oh,
you're
like
not going
lines of the
prison.
kids. Oh yeah, you only get 20 more minutes of TV. 5 minutes later, it's 20 minutes. Time for bed. Yeah. Emillynn, before we leave, the triumvirate skulls, they're just chilling in the bag.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to do with them?
I don't want to let them out, but I don't want to carry them anymore.
Well, leave them in the bag for now. Maybe what we can do is take one out, see if it's still active, and then put it on the wall in the tavern, huh?
Rylar's like, I'll carry him for you, big boss, if you don't want to carry it. Carry the bag.
It's not that I have a problem with them carrying them. It's just don't want to forget about them, and then someone upturns my bag, and now here they are.
Philip says, maybe you could let him out and see what happened.
Yeah, because we don't know with everything gone now. Who knows? Maybe when you pull out one of the skulls, it's going to disintegrate too.
Round. Pull out a skull.
All right. So you reach in to find one of the skulls.
Yeah.
As soon as you pull it out of the bag of holding, it automatically just yanks the other two with it. And they pop out of the bag of holding with their glowing blue eyes. And they're just giggling and cackling and bouncing in place. Like they're not moving a lot. They're just kind of like they've gone completely mad. Completely untethered to anything, any semblance of coherence anymore. They're just kind of these bouncing, dancing, laughing skulls. And that's all they are. They radiate a slight radiance.
I'll hold one of them and just be like, how pathetic you've become.
While you're doing that, it's just like, bah, 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 and the other ones are like bouncing around it.
Yeah. Yeah. How pathetic. And then I will just crush it.
You find them quite resistant to you damaging them.
Really?
Yes. It's almost as if they've taken on some new form themselves.
We should probably put it back in the bag of holding for now.
Lorkris looks at the skulls and just straight up just fuck you. Just throw it back in the bag. Some shit. It's just like fuck. You can tell, and this is probably the silliest you've seen Lorkris, because he has that look of like playful frustration, like of course, and then it just washes away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, you guys, he's really lost it. He smiled.
So now,
I can't say with that straight face, I did no such thing. And then continues being somber.
If you want to write it down, you now have a special, unique artifact. It is called the let's see, I don't know, what do we call this? The bag of dancing skulls, I guess. No, the bag of laughing skulls. No, I guess it'd be dancing. I don't know, what do you think? Basically what it is, it doesn't change its functionality at all, right? It's still just a bag of holding. It works like a bag of holding. But now some of the space is taken up by these three laughing, bouncing skulls. And so if you were ever to sell this or pass this on or whatever, anybody ever finds it, it's almost as if it's technically a kind of a cursed item, but it's kind of a benign curse in that if you try to, if somebody finds a way to destroy, well, the skulls seem practically indestructible by any normal means that you can envision. And if you separate them far enough from the bag of holding, they vanish and go right back to the bag of holding. And so at any time, anybody can reach in there and pull them out. And if you pull one out, you pull them all out. And,
Okay.
so now you got a little...
Nice. I retitled it Bag of Laughing Skulls.
Perfect.
First item, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean,
Technically.
it's cool. I like it. We have
Yeah.
created a unique new comedic magic item. All right.
Curse.
Right, exactly. All right, moving on. I believe you guys' intent then was to
Misty City,
to teleport everybody back to Misty City.
Yep.
I want to ask Gashura and Vavum if they think Moo would want to be buried in my garden next to Frederick.
Gashura says that she had very specific. This is something that the entire team discussed long ago, and everybody has their own specific thing. First of all, Vavoom indicates he would love to be buried if he ever dies, but he says that Moo had requested that his remains be cremated and spread back in his home city on the mainland. There's actually a lake near his home city.
What about Erskine?
We haven't found his body yet.
Yes, we did.
Well, we found some of his remains.
You did?
Because he was pieced together in one of those.
Oh yeah, you do actually have.
We have some of his remains.
Most of his remains, yeah.
Not all of them.
He didn't have. Basically, his take on it was do whatever you want with my remains as long as you drink a drink to me.
So would you want him to be buried in my garden then?
Gashura says I would be very honored if you would. And I'll take the remains back with us. Vavoom and I will take the remains back with us and leave them in your care. Be buried there.
I'll definitely do that before we go.
Okay. All right. So when you guys, you're transporting back to your regular one in your garden, right? And you've gone through a lot since you've been gone.
Oh yeah, I'd be telling Gashura all this. The first time Fern did this, my God, you should have seen myself and Lorkris. We were about to take out a tree. We were about to.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Not even chop down the tree. Kill the tree.
Yeah.
It was
Distinct
it almost, yeah. It already was like, a pretty traumatized tree too, so,
Yeah. We were about to take out that tree and then all of a sudden she reappeared.
I just want to remind everybody that the face on the tree in my garden is Fern's interpretation of what Melora's face looks like. Just wanted to remind the people.
Even though now she knows that.
Yeah, I will say when we finally arrive back in, and then just knowing that there's that dais or that bowl or that little space dedicated to Melora, Lorkris just looks at it and is just like has a sense of like kind of dejected, like damn, carries on. It's like
Gotcha. So, as you get back, would you? I guess your message didn't say approximately what time you come. So
No, I just assumed it's like we'll be back soon, probably tomorrow.
you had requested that the place be cleared out, so that's what Mr. Jocko did, and the place was cleaned out except for the one. I think there was a Fern approved caretaker from the Archdruid. Oh wow!
Hello, goblins and warlocks.
Goblins
Thank
and
you for the
warlocks.
raid.
Shugan.
Welcome in, raiders.
Arigato gozaimasu. Your timing is perfect. We're right to get towards an intermission anyway, so a little brief one.
Yeah.
Although tonight I don't feel like we need to actually
Druid in a bag, basically. Off BT.
Oh, how was your session tonight? Goblets, how'd it go? How'd it go? Please share.
Awesome to have you. What you been up to? Tell us. Did you guys accomplish anything interesting? Find anything scary?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Welcome in, Raiders. Dugan, you're amazing. Thank you for coming and bringing your folks. Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know us, I'm StormyD. Is itsStarkitty. Over there in green is Druid IRL, and next to her with the awesome stoic beard is extirpatefate. So please drop them all follows in support.
Oh wow! Second to last episode of Avernus.
Wow!
Gotta
Holy
prep
crap!
For the final battle.
We're
Ooh,
really
that's gonna
close
be exciting.
to that too. We're just we're going to be wrapping up the end of this year ourselves. Look at that,
Nice.
buddy. We're like
Yeah.
neck and neck. That's
Hell
impressive.
Are your players ready
Hell
for this
yeah.
final battle?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I mean, I am. As a player, I am. Lorkris is not ready for this. Not yet, anyway. Anyway,
All right. Well,
Philip
welcome in,
inspires
everybody.
you all.
yes.
You all get a Philip inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Goblets and Warlocks, and all Goblets and Warlocks folks, for coming in and saying hello to us. We're going to jump back into the action. Rusty has a fleet of war machines. Oh, wow. No way.
Whoa.
It's crazy.
I mean,
That's
when you
terrifying.
say fleet, are we talking like big war machines, like Gundam-sized war machines?
What's a
or?
fleet? Are these war machines on the water?
Yeah.
Or the air? Space?
or are they just a bunch of warforged?
Mm-hmm. Well, that wouldn't be a fleet, then. That would be like a company or a platoon or a squadron.
But I mean, they're mechanical.
Lol.
They are machines, so I could argue they are war machines.
Infernal war.
Sure, whatever you want.
Infernal. Oh, right.
Not
Because you're in
Avernus.
Avernus, right? That's like the fifth
Machines of
version of
war.
hell, right?
Machines of war.
Machines of war. He's leading them into the infernal what? A war. Okay. It's like,
War.
what?
Wah.
Nice. You're gonna have battle music next week.
It's tough to queue up exactly the right time for battle music. Would love to be able to do that at a touch of a button. Well, maybe
you can.
we can work out next year. I know that's possible.
Oh, Mad Max inspired
It's possible.
vehicle. Nice.
Ooh, that's. Speaking of that, I just watched the trailer to the Furiosa sequel coming out next year. Looks pretty incredible. Pretty incredible.
I don't know how I feel about it yet.
Really? Did you see the trailer?
Mhm.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't know.
Sorry,
Nah.
Pelicanon.
Oh yeah, sorry, Pelicanon. I don't
During our D&D streams, all the channel point redemptions do not happen. We will see about refunding you those points.
Yes. I mean, we're on intermission, so if you wanna
Yeah.
request an accent, Pelicanon, I will do it for you.
Okay.
Just-
Intermissions.
Yeah, because she's got to pee. They got to get snacks. You probably want to get snacks on it. Excuse me.
Okay, guys. While I'm gone, okay,
Euro.
don't do anything I wouldn't do.
So what sort of euro are we talking about? So we're talking about someone, this sort of just euro. You don't know exactly where they're from. They could be France. They could be from somewhere, German. It's very fluid. One of these euro people. They could be Austria, from all kinds of the strange. There's so many interesting and strange places that they could be from. In Europe, so it's so provincial. So,
Hello, Alex.
Alex Zendara. I love it. So, all is allowed, Quick save. Yeah, we always need a quick save. You know what's now. You know we could do, or we could do.
I could, if you want very much, we could do Vagula, the vegan vampire. But he hails deep from the wildlands in Romania, and he is here to make sure that no one sucks your blood. He is the vegan vampire, and he hugs it with his friend Vlad the Bat.
Go get snacks yourself. I know. She's getting snacks. I don't feel like snacks. I just had an antacid, and it filled me up. Yummy snacks, right? Dang, Stormy, what sort of silly snacks are you eating around here? Yeah, my jalapeno pineapple pizza that I had for dinner earlier was kind of backing up the pipe, so I had to have me an antacid. Snackins are always accepted. Agreed. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I'm 100% a pineapple on pizza person. I think I totally get if you don't like pineapple, because there are lots of people like Druid doesn't like pineapple. It's a very tart, citrusy kind of fruit. I get it. But if you're somebody who likes pineapple and you like pizza, I know it seems weird to pair them, but they go really well together. Just saying. Necrofire. I like that name, by the way. My only issue with that pizza is it probably had tomato sauce. That is, yeah, I have to admit that tomato sauce, I love tomato sauce, but it doesn't like me. And I got to be careful how much tomato sauce I imbibe, because it's what sets off the acid reflux or whatever you want to call it. I need a sweet roll now, huh? Here in Chicago, unfollows because of the pineapple on pizza. I know you wouldn't do that. We all have different likes and tastes, and it's a good thing, because if we all liked the same thing, then we'd all run out of that one thing, right? There would never be enough of it. So it's a good thing that we like different things, so that other people can have the stuff that we don't want. I appreciate you here in Chicago. We have so much more fun with you around too, and I mean that. I would never have had the Karen Chicago moment if it weren't for you, buddy. And Necrofire says the exact reason I don't eat things with tomatoes either. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, I can have tomato to some degree. If I have too much tomato sauce, especially, it sets me up. Tomatoes on like a sandwich or a burger don't bother me. But I can definitely see if you have a sensitive tummy to the citrus nature and the seeds. Oh, that's true. The FOMO or FOMOD. Fody, that's it. Yeah, Fody. There's a brand of tomato sauce that's better. It's not perfect though. Like if I had a ton of it, it would still bother me. Alex says, you know what's a really good trash pizza? Little Caesar's pretzel pizza. I'll bet that's a good trash pizza. It sounds delish and terrible. We never eat trash pizza because I don't do actual cheese. I don't do dairy. And so neither does Starkitty for the most part. Occasionally we break that, but not very often. So we go to a place called Mod Pizza, where it's kind of like a Subway of pizza. You get to get in a line just like a Subway line and pick the things you want on your pizza, and then they bake it for you. And the neat thing about them is they have a cauliflower crust or wheat crust, and they also have vegan cheese that has no actual dairy in it. So we get to have pizza and be able to eat it. But if I were to really, be naughty, then I could see that Little Caesar's pretzel pizza would be an indulgent thing. Pizza Hut thin crust? I know the thick crust is really good too. Are you on right now? Is your mic on? Oh, okay. So they're only hearing half this conversation. And Necrofire says, as someone who's married to a LC employee, they secretly want to stab you every time you order that. That's okay. As long as they make it without spitting it or doing anything gross to it, then I'm fine. Kieran Chicago says, yeah, I don't mind the Kieran Chicago nicknames bonus. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I mean, because it was like a really humorous way that it came about, too. I dig it, too. Funny. Yeah, for folks who don't know, our man Kieran Chicago has one of the coolest names I've ever seen for a streamer. It definitely, it's very anime-ish. It's very, Japanese culture. It's Bushido. It's just a badass name. The thing is, we had him as a guest on Bandwidth and Banter. Just a great guest and a great interview. Go check it out on our YouTube channel. And I had to, there was a reminder for me. I set a reminder for myself to upload his video so that it would be uploaded in time to go live, the YouTube video. And I told my Amazon Echo to remind me. And I literally used his name, and she interpreted it instead of Kieran Chicago. She interpreted it as Karen Chicago. So there you go. Pelicanon says.
So when the reminder came up on the Echo,
right, it was you that.
I was like, "What the heck is she saying?" So I had to go look at my phone with my Amazon app on it, and that's when I went up to Stormy. I was like, "Hey. You're being reminded to upload the Karen Chicago video." And he looks at me, he goes, "What?" Like that's how she interpreted it.
That's awesome. Pelicanon says, for me, I can never have too much tomato. Yeah, I like it, but it yeah. I'm envious that for folks who can eat as much, tomato sauce as they want, because I love spaghetti. Not your mailman likes mod pizza too. Right on. Alex says, better make it a double because I always order stuffed crust pepperoni. Have you had the pretzel pizza? No, I haven't. Is that something in Mod Pizza? Do they have a pretzel pizza in Mod?
I think it's Little Caesars.
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't. And Necropire says
I would be all over the pretzel pizza.
I don't walk in. I order it online and have it. Switch the pizza dough with pretzel dough and tomato sauce with cheese sauce.
Yep, I would still be all over that pretzel pizza.
Oh wow, yeah, you would. Definitely.
Ooh, yummy.
All right, I think I'm gonna actually go take a potty break. I'll be right back, guys.
Hello, I am back. I have returned. Wahaha.
Oh, Druid, I need to. I meant to do this earlier when I saw it on Amazon. I saw this coffee mug that says Chaos Creator on it.
Amazing.
I saw that and I thought of you.
Amazing. Now, we had pizza yesterday. We had Little Caesars pizza yesterday.
Yeah, we had mod pizza today.
Oh
No! Welcome in, Necrofire. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. Necropire. Nah, you're good, Kieran. Do you want to see that clip that Kieran's talked about?
What clip is Kieran talking about?
He posted it in my Discord. He posted it under streamers support each other, and it was clips of your stream. But he posted, it's my stream that I still have to make that command, but I will. I will make that command.
So what's the clip about?
About how short I am.
Oh.
Wait, what?
I'll find it.
This will change, don't it?
God.
Does the clip end with you talking about a random chicken game?
No.
Okay.
Now I want a pizza, but don't have money. Oh.
Wait a second.
It goes for everybody, including chat.
Philip is going to stretch for me.
Oh.
I did a lot of stretching this morning.
Okay. Still stretch now because we've been sitting. Oh.
I did.
Have a can of pineapple and all.
All right. So.
Oh. There's the clip.
There's the clip.
We'll have to look at it later,
go.
but everybody else can view
I
it.
swear, these clip names: Tame, Helpless, Pudding, Done, Beast.
The clip links are the best. I think they're just so funny.
They remind me of the old school Xbox Live, like username generators.
By the way, chat, have we nailed down our audio? Are Starkitty and I nice and clear and clean, not too loud, not too low? And do they bleed into us? Do they sound good and clean? I'm just curious because we did some more tweaking our audio and I don't know.
I was about to say, do I need to bring out my meditation voice where everybody just in and breathes out?
Your meditation voice
Breathe
isn't
in,
that.
breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
You know the song?
You know the song.
All right, audio is good. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the machine head. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Kieran. I really appreciate that because I'm like, I know the song.
Get on it,
I just
Kieran.
couldn't. Yes, machine head. Such a good song.
Karen Chicago's always a master of that kind of stuff in everybody's chat, from Rusty's to Tark's to
Man.
ours. Just,
Ah,
I'm so glad
He's
we
a
met.
music
great.
connoisseur.
He is. He's a connoisseur of lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Yeah, we can't compliment him too much.
testing. I mean, he'll forever be Karen Chicago, so we're okay there.
Chicago.
What is that?
Oh, BT, that's awesome.
What is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's this.
So, yeah, no. Let's. Can you?
Nice.
I'd rather you not post that live before we finalize something. BT, if you don't mind. That'd be cool. I appreciate your thought and thinking of it. I still don't understand why what we're doing. I thought we had a logo, so it's not finished. Okay, all right.
He's checking sizing, I'm guessing.
Yeah. No worries.
Ooh, what'd you get as a snack, Alex?
Well, let's.
Can of pineapple.
Oh, you did get his can of pineapples.
Can of pineapple.
Yeah, testing sizes. Okie
Guys,
dokie.
we-
Are we ready?
Yes, we are. I'm ready if you guys are ready. You all ready for this?
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Too bad we can't do it this time on D&D night, but that's all right. Okay.
Okay, bye, chat. Love you.
Thank you guys. We're gonna go chat dark now, which means we're still playing, but just means we won't necessarily see you unless somebody raids in. And,
Alex, you're so correct. I did that a lot as a kid.
Interesting. Wow.
I would eat the canned fruit right out of the can if it was small enough, and
Where's
then
it?
just drink the juice afterwards.
I'm sure Druid is grossed out by that because she hates pineapple.
To each their own. That's fine. That's more pineapple for you, and that's okay.
Yep.
I that's fine. You
I
know.
All right.
I'm one of those people that if I like something, I'll eat it all of the time until I can no longer handle the texture of it. So,
Uh-oh.
He wouldn't really. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate you for joining us tonight. We're going to jump back into the story, and we'll be back on to chat with you guys at the end. Enjoy the show. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Back in game.
So
Unpause.
unpause. Hit the escape key. Back to game. You guys. You've transported back, and it was such an unusual occurrence for them, for Gashura and Vaboom, that and of course you got the remains of their friends, and you were generous enough to use, I'm sure, one of your cleric or paladin spells to keep them from rotting.
Oh yeah, gentle repose.
Yeah.
Repose, and then
Gentle repose.
Right.
Yeah.
and you
Right.
decided. I think you decided that
Yeah.
you know, Well, no, you would have rested right after the ritual because you would have been exhausted. So, technically speaking, you guys are already rested, and spells are all refixed to what you want to be doing.
Yeah. It's also a ritual spell as well. So.
Right. And you are now teleported back. The Gashura and Vavoom are like blown away by the experience of transporting to the trees. Since you're effectively the pioneer of teleportation technology in this world now. I mean, technically, obviously, your ancestors and his ancestors did it first, but nobody had seen that technology for 15,000 years.
So I still technically invented it, so.
For this era, that is true. And still, they were impressed with it. You guys meet Mr. Jocko there because one of the folks that are assigned to kind of be a guardian protector of your grove is one of the folks that the Archdruid that you approved with the Archdruid, and then he obviously goes and gets Mr. Jocko, and you all meet in the guild hall in your dinner room, and have a moment with Gashura and Vavoom, and they thank you so much profusely, and they're gonna leave the remains of their friends here and then go back to their guild while you have a meeting with Mr. Jocko and figure out what's next. And you tell that they're gonna come back because you wanted to have a sort of a funerary ritual with them in the garden, and they want to be there for that. But they definitely they're anxious to get back to see some of their friends in their guild and let them know what's happened. And they trust that you will provide an adequate report to Mr. Jocko, who will then pass it on to the MGA.
Oh, I'm like, I got a whole bag full of reports for you, Mr. Jocko.
And since you guys have your own kind of agenda now, beyond that of the MGA and everybody else on the island, your own kind of overarching goal to take care of. You effectively, tell Mr. Jocko, about what's gone on. You ask him to pass on the reports to the Archmage and the Archdruid.
I forgot to ask before we came back. I would have asked Lorkris this at one point. You want me to put in my reports anything about the gods not being real? That's going to cause a lot of questions.
Philip, before he even answers, Philip says, well, yeah, but at some point they're going to send people out here to clean up the place like they normally do and study it and everything. They're going to figure it out one way or another.
Yeah, as long as we pulled everything out of the hidden archive and the
well, you didn't pull everything. You just got the stuff that you all needed to figure stuff out. There's still plenty of information up there that they would probably be able to.
Not like we can get there anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's not like we can get there anymore.
Well, we could probably find a way back in. Like if we really wanted to.
Yeah.
Like there's no easy way in at this point.
Well, look at it like this. Just to be clear. The machine doesn't function anymore, right? So getting into the hidden archive, you can't get there through the machine method. But the MGA has an Archmage.
True.
And if he can eventually, who can also, they don't have mass teleportation or long range teleportation, but they do have Dimension Door. So with enough trial and error, they can use Dimension Door to get into this room. And then the neat thing is, I guess I'm glad that you brought this up, because I do want to clarify that the teleportation platform in the Hidden Archive library, that is not powered by the machine.
Okay.
That's why it needed power from a spell to be activated. So that can be figured out to be gotten into the Pocket Dimension library.
Okay.
So I was still asking
mean-
Lorkris's opinion whether he wants me to put anything in for the MGA. Because I'm going to write a separate report about it for the Archmage to see if he wants to do his own research before he tells everybody.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if I've learned anything, in some ways, ignorance is bliss.
So don't tell the MGA as a whole, but should we let the Archmage know? Because I'm sure he's going to want to get into there.
Sure. It's probably interesting enough. However, I do understand that the masses get wind of it in a particular way. It would not fare well.
And I'm sure the Archmage will have a lot more time to filter through all those books to confirm our suspicions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Besides, if I've learned anything, I don't have a connection to these gods as I thought that I did, but yet... And I cast light.
And yeet.
What did you say?
So, she said, and yeet.
Oh, and yeet.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I will cast light and be like, but I still got it. So.
And I would have asked Kisura and Vavoom to keep the god thing to themselves for now.
They reluctantly agree, as long as you put it into a report to the Archmage. She after thinking about it and you all discuss it, she basically would have said, they see why, ultimately it needs to be kind of a decision of the government or not the government, but it's gonna be a tough decision to make because it could upend a lot of things and cause a lot of chaos and turmoil on the mainland, or even just Misty City for that matter.
That and I did interpret a few things wrong. Rylar brought that up, so it's possible.
And she points out too that this only proves that two of the known gods from the mainland weren't actually gods. Doesn't necessarily,
I mean that gods aren't real.
All of
yeah.
We don't know, but
clearly
it definitely calls into question. It really does.
Yeah.
So, but she says, I mean, maybe there's more to everything than we realize.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Of course, when I say she says it, she's obviously writing it.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah. Going back to Mr. Jocko, like, here's all my reports.
Well, lass, it's so good to see you all back again.
Start digging.
You've been gone so long and so much has happened. The city was almost overrun by an army of undead, and then suddenly they turned tail and run, and then I hear that they completely just fell apart at the last minute. I'm assuming it has to do with what you all did. And I'm so glad that you're all alive and you're all right. You've obviously outgrown this little guild of mine, but you'll always have a home here.
Oh, Philip and I are planning on not leaving Jocko's Relic Hunters. Right, team?
Right.
Well, I mean, it's really just as much your guild as it is mine anymore. So I'll always be here for you. Do my best to take good care of you. If you continue to take good care of the guild, we can maybe nurture some young'uns in the future.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be plenty of people wanting to join our guild soon. Now that areas further north have been opened up, there's still a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, which I'm sure Fern wants to take care of, especially on northeast?
West.
No, it's northwest. On the northwest side of the island, correct, Fern?
Yeah.
Well,
we still have a lot of stuff to do first.
So what's
The barrier's still up.
so he obviously gets a quick summation of
Oh,
the
yeah, I
main
would've been
stuff
like,
that you did.
TLDR.
You know, so basically that's incredible to find out, but you're still not sure where they fit in all this.
No.
Hmm.
I have a special report for the Archmage.
What are you going next then? Is there have you exhausted all your leads? Or are you going to be able to find this thing, whatever it is that's behind it all?
That's where we're going next.
Well, I suspect that's going to be the most dangerous foe yet. So I suggest you be careful. I want to see you back in one piece, all of you.
Can we send a runner? I want to give this report especially to the Archmage myself. Please?
He's like, of course, we'll get that done.
And can you also send for Jericho, please?
So do you want to role play that, or do you want to need an exposition?
You can exposition it. I will say Lorkris wanted to summon Jericho so that he can see Guar.
Right.
No other like real aggressive reason. Like I know that we will catch up with him like proper. I don't know how long we're going to be here, but if anything, I wanted him to see Guar and the growth that he's made.
Gotcha. That's awesome.
And I think Guar would appreciate seeing Jericho for a moment.
So sadly, the the runner comes back, but the Archmage is tied up with something at the moment and can't leave his experiments. But trust that you can pass on his report through Mr. Jocko directly.
Goes back
It'll
in my
be
bag.
Mr. Jocko says, please, lass, trust me with it. I'll take it directly to the Archmage and no one else. And if you have something special that you want me to say to him with it, I'll say it.
It's okay, Miss Ray.
Mentally, I'm gonna just be like, if anybody else deserves to know, it's Jocko.
Okay.
I'll tell him.
Jocko, you got to keep this to yourself and only discuss it with the Archmage, okay?
So your separate report is about...
Lorkris?
Well, as you know, I revere Melora, or have, and
we just
as of late,
right?
Yeah. Well, they're not gods.
What you mean?
Well, the faith is there, yes. What people have attributed to them, more or less correct, but they are a name of people. What we call the Gloam Elves are of Melor. They call themselves the Melora. And that dark cloud that was over that spire comes from a Goliath. Tribe, people, right? Yeah.
Civilization.
Of Goliath. There it is. Of a Goliath civilization that was of Ouija. So, of the two main gods, don't quite exist in the way that we assumed they did.
He scratches his head. So I'm confused what you mean by that. Are you saying you found some information that says that the hit?
The possibility, I mean, it was written in ancient Gargantuan language that Lorkris and I were able to like piece together using current Giantish. So that's why I've written this report for the Archmage to, so they can make their way over there and confirm.
So if I understand what you're saying, you founded a secret history of your people. And in this history, it indicates that that Weejoss is the name of your people, and so is Melora. The name of
my people.
So Melora is may I see your report? He looks at you show him the page where it explains it. Because sometimes hearing something isn't the same thing as reading it.
Yeah.
So he reads it and he's like,
It's right here on
How
page 17.
how can this be? And you're sure this isn't some trick?
That's why.
Well,
It's why we want the Archmage to know about it and confirm.
I wonder
and
what
even
it
if
means for
it is,
the three gods of the Pantheon.
well, faith is a funny thing.
I must admit, I've never been one who's been that particularly religious, but as a former adventurer, I've traveled with those who were, and I respected it.
Yeah.
Well,
Say, Jocko, you're familiar with many religions, deities. Yeah. Do you know of and I'll explain the raven-haired woman.
Well, that sounds like the stories about. It sounds like the stories about Weejoss in the old religious history texts.
See, I find that quite interesting, because if Weejoss is a people, why does she not look like a Goliath?
Well, how do you know she doesn't?
I look at him and give him a smile. We've talked. Or more, she's berated.
So you're telling me in one breath that you have historical evidence that Weejoss is not a god, yet you also indicated that you've been having conversations with the lady. I can see why that would be quite confusing to you, lad.
What an adventure we've had.
Well, I hope you find the answers you're looking for. Are you handling it okay, Fern?
Totally great.
No.
You don't know. I'm handling it just fine.
On the outside, yes. On the inside, no.
Don't tell my secrets, guys.
Rylar says, "It's okay, Miss Fern. Jocko's family is like our pop."
I know, but I didn't want you guys to say it out loud because it makes it real.
Oh, she got a point.
Let's give her a little pat on the head.
I'm gonna go to my garden now. And I'm gonna go sit in front of my tree and stare at the face of not Melora. And cry a little. But when she goes out there too, she's gonna prepare an area for Urskill.
Gotcha.
And then she's also just going to prepare like a little mountain range with like a little lake below it for Moo. Because he's a Goliath and Goliaths do mountain things. So, so she was just having a little space for him in her garden.
Oh, so
it's like
not an actual mount, but like a little statue.
No, but yeah,
a
like
little
a
diorama.
like a relief.
Diorama.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna add it to your picture that you have, Druid?
You will eventually.
Close.
All right. So, after you have this conversation with Jocko, he says, "Well, let's you're having this conversation. He says, "Let's get you all fed and rested, and have Silvus come in and say hello to you." And so while we wait for, basically, while we wait for Jericho to come visit.
Say hello to Granada.
So you all go.
What changes have been made to the guild hall while we've been
Granada.
out?
So the place looks really very well done now, like almost complete, and super organized. He's running a tight ship for Mr. Jocko, a lot different than it was back when it was basically just a little hovel.
Where's Team 2? How you doing?
Team 2 is doing good. He said they're after the undead army literally dispersed. They're out there doing cleanup, duty as has been there. They become basically the go-to number one backup cleanup team. The folks that go in and look for specialized loot that was left behind or missed, evidence, bodies, all that kind of stuff. And they're out there doing their duty and helping, and they've really embraced that role and have done a fantastic job. He says he's sorry that you don't get to see them right now, but Silvus comes in and he's like, "Ha ha ha! Look at you all! Look at how far you've come."
Fern runs and jump tackles him, and
Of course, he's a big, strong silver dragonborn, so he easily just kind of grabs her and holds her in place. Doesn't even budge him an inch.
He's holding her out, and she's going, "Hug!"
As climbing down his arms.
Yeah. Eventually, he capitulates and lets you come in for the real hug. And
good.
You don't see it, but everybody else sees him do a little tail wag. And so he says, "Look at you all! You've come so far from that bit of training we did long ago when you were taking on your first goblin patrol."
Oh, Silvus, you would be so proud of her. How many enemies she's taken out with her stick.
Oh, is that so? How about him with his stick? I'm sure he's done a remarkable job too.
He takes all of the kills.
I bet that's the...
Have you ever seen an Odiug, Silvus?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen a... What? How big was Otis?
He's a pretty big. The pretty big boy.
How big was
Well.
Otis?
Yes.
So Otis was only about 50% larger than your typical Odiug,
Okay.
but he was hardened because he was a primordial Odiug.
Have you ever seen a primordial Odiug, Silvus?
I don't even know what that is, he says. What did you find?
We found a primordial Odiug
And
that doesn't like being shocked.
what is a primordial Odiug? By the word, seems like it'd be pretty old.
Oh yes,
Big.
Otis is huge.
It's got a name.
Yes, his name is Otis.
Did you befriend this Odiug?
No.
No. I tried for sure.
All right, so you guys have a good reunion with Silvus, and then eventually, I'll just exposition this part eventually.
One of the big reasons, like, don't send anybody to that place yet.
Yeah.
Well, they can't.
I can't get there yet.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No one can get there yet except
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah. Not sending anybody there until we can somehow deal with Otis.
Yeah. You got bigger things to worry about.
Yeah, we
And
might not even have to worry about people going over to Otis.
Right. Jericho comes, and while Jericho's on his way again, before while you're all eating and enjoying yourselves, your time with Mr. Jocko asks you all. He says, like, "So, did you all want to meet with the Arch Druid at all before you leave again, or did you want me to, just pass on your thoughts to him?"
can just tell him hi.
All right. I know.
I'm sure the Archdruid is just as busy as the Archmage.
Probably that. You may have to wait some time to see him. Sure that. All right. So.
But he does have access to my reports if he wants to read any of them. But just know there's a lot of information in there.
So eventually Jericho comes and what was that look? You guys had me go there with that one.
How long were we gone?
Weeks?
Weeks, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Probably over a month, I would think.
That's at least 30 days of course I've written.
Yeah. So eventually Jericho makes it and you guys have a nice reunion with him and he's super happy to see how far Guar's come and Guar's super happy to see him, pounces on him,
All right.
licks his face. What?
Really, I am so sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was just my headphones, but I did take a quick peek over into chat. StarkItty's mic is sounding like a robot voice.
Sharky's mic is acting up.
Oh,
Thank
really?
you for the heads up. Is it muted by chance?
No.
No, it just sounded like robot gurgly sound, kind of.
I heard it faintly. I think that's what I initially queued. I was confused. I think I looked at you just instinctually, like, did you hear the same thing? Mm-hmm. You didn't have a reaction. I'm like, could it have just been?
Yeah, because I did the same thing to you. I was trying to gauge if you had a reaction, but then that's why I decided to pop over and see if chat saw anything.
I think
So.
Where's that? Okay. Is that making any weird noises?
No.
Not currently.
You need to be careful about. You actually can't work. It'll bend the cord, eventually damage it.
So many things to remember.
I know.
Sorry, technology's not perfect when it's not expensive.
Okay. It
How's
should be
this?
fine, though.
I'm gonna mute it. Testing, testament.
You didn't mute it. You're
Oh,
pushing the
that's-
wrong button.
I am pushing the wrong button. Crap. Let's see what I did there.
Do I still sound like a robot?
Oh wow, no, she sounds.
Oh, wow,
loud.
you're so loud.
Oh.
You sounded like Druid for a second.
Oh, I wasn't even talking very loud.
No, it wasn't you. It was I had to accidentally.
No,
Ew.
Oh,
I know what's happening.
Good night, Karen.
Good night, Kieran.
I love the tech. Yeah.
All right, that bottom button that I've been pushing. Hit it once. Hit it again. Hit it again. All right, that should be back to normal for her.
How's this? Do I sound like I'm
So
yelling
far.
in your face?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Do
And
I
it-
sound like a robot?
Doesn't sound gurgly
No.
or anything.
Okay.
Nope. Not currently.
Cool.
Hey, Karen, thank you. All right. So
Sorry.
it wasn't just her. You guys heard it too? Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, her. Sorry, Kieran.
Hello, Kayla. Hello, Rusty.
Kayla and Rusty's here? Holy crap, that's amazing.
Did we get a shout out for Kayla?
Hell yeah. BT, are you there? I'll do it real quick. There we go.
Yay.
I'm pretty sure someone would have shout out Rusty, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab it again. Okay. Thank you guys. All right, back to it. So you all have a nice reunion with Jericho. He gets to rub the puppers, the fluffers, and gets smothered
The
with
fluffer.
pupper saliva and kisses and happy. He's so thrilled to see how much progress he's made.
Oh, Jericho, you want to know something else? Druid, or not Druid, Fern. What else did you learn while we were out?
And then I turn into a dire wolf too.
Oh wow. He's like, oh wow. He's he loves this. He says like you're a proper druid. He's like, I knew that would get her going.
She finally did it.
Mm.
Fern finally did it.
Well, basically he tells you good on you, and he's super proud of you guys, and glad that the young pup is growing up, and that you guys have come so far. And he thanks you for all the work you're doing, and that incites the same thing from Sylvis, and from Mr. Jocko, and from Granada. And eventually, you guys have this nice reunion, but and I think, was your plan to rest here and then teleport back, or since this is your time at home, you wanted to do one more rest because you used up a teleport spell to get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, arguably, it would make more sense to, before we rest, waste the spell slot to go back, so that when you do rest, you get all your spell slots back.
That's true.
So I would imagine maybe spending a couple of hours here.
Mm-hmm.
So you spend
just
lunch.
I would imagine doing a fair bit of what we've already done, just kind of elaborating a bit more, kind of off dumping gear that we don't need to carry, kind of house cleaning kind of thing. I'd imagine that's if we go look at supplies of anything, like whether they're mundane or not, like doing that kind of thing. But nothing, I don't think we have anything major to do currently.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll just exposition that you guys have a very pleasant, relaxing time with them, lunch with your old friends from your guild. And now you're like, all right, it's time for us to move on, do our final thing.
Before? I thought we were also gonna have the funeral before we go.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip that, but yeah. So you
you guys can't see it, but she drew it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's Frederick is here. I know you can't see it, and then Erskill's would be right there next to him, and then the mountain for Moo.
So the angle you're holding the light washes it out.
Yeah. She'll
It's just
probably
the
take
fact
a
that she's
picture and
showing
send
it
it
to
in the
us is
Discord.
what's special.
Probably not.
Ah,
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love
Anyway.
it.
you should
Yeah,
take a picture
whatever.
and post
Take a
it
photo.
in the Isles of the Mist Discord
Yeah.
part.
That'd be awesome.
Okay.
All right. So you have a beautiful, happy, yet somber ceremony for the dwarf, and you all drink some ale to him. And of course, by this time, Gashura, Gashura and Vavoom would have come back. Yeah.
I would like to technically include Moo in that context. I know we're not laying him to rest, but in commemorating the memory, like it's not just Erskill, even though Erskill is being interred here, but at the same time with Moo.
Of course.
We are celebrating the life that they lived.
And the adventures that they had. Of course, Gashura tears up. Even for a moment, you think Vavoom does too. And you wish them luck and know that they're going to do great things. Vavoom, he says if you want him to come with you, he will. And but Gashura, she holds his hand, and basically says this is their moment. This is their onus, is what she writes. And
And I'm like, Vavoom, you and Gashura have a mission of your own for Moo.
And he says, you're right. We gotta travel back to the mainland together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll probably be be leaving here before you all get back. So, if that's the case, then we'll see you again someday. Whether we visit here or if you visit us on the mainland, who knows? Gashura gives you all hugs.
Just leave your details with Jocko and we'll go visit you, or if you guys are in town, come by and say hi.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And I would have played a lovely song during this ceremony too.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I will say the last thing with it is that I would insist that Vavoon keep the gladius blade and the breastplate.
He's like, you honor me too much. I don't know if I can accept. Are you sure? I promise I'll keep them to my dying day. I'll never sell them. And, but I'll make sure that one day they're passed on to someone else. But pay it forward, right?
Besides, none of this may be here in a few days.
We love that.
So we may not have to worry about it.
They kind of look at you like, what?
Yeah, I look at you confused too.
Well, if this thing with the radiance happens, who knows what calamity that would bring? Yeah, who knows?
You know, it felt better when we didn't talk about it again, because it makes it very real.
Yep.
Anyways, bye
Mr.
guys. I'm
Jocko
gonna start
says,
opening
"Well,
my portal.
I'm trusting that you all will find a way through that too, whatever that is, because you've done it before. Everything, every obstacle every challenge that you all have met and faced, you've overcome. Even impossible odds. I watched you beat Still Dawn, and everyone thought it was an impossible thing. You all
We're just like, nah.
made it to the northern part of the island. You all are the ones that cleaned out the land, the corruption in the land of the Gloam Elves, and figured out that secret. You've all done impossible things that none of the other adventuring guilds have even come close to in the years that they've been here. So, I believe in you, regardless. If I didn't, I'd be terrified and leave the island and, take up stake and start my guild somewhere else. But I believe in you 100%, so I'm here for the long.
In case though, you want to take all of my extra gold and hold on to it for me in case you do have to go run and hide and, and start somewhere fresh.
You all can store your gold in our safe if you want. It's got a bag of holding built into it, as it were. Sort of.
Yeah, we don't need gold where we're going.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Mr. Jocko, one more thing I need to point out to you. It's in my report somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's a black dragon roaming around.
Oh, a what?
Well, no, not quite.
Silvis's
He's not
eyes
quite
light up.
roaming
What?
around. He's not quite roaming around. He's agreed to not deal with anything for 101 years.
Yeah.
So nothing we have to worry about in our lifetime, I'd hope.
Well, we just negotiated.
It's somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
It
But,
It came somewhere.
details are in
If the barrier goes down.
somewhere between day 10 and 15. Details are somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I forgot about that dragon.
It's just thought I'd
I
let
did
you
for a
know
moment,
that
too.
way you could let those who need to know about it know.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird that, we totally forgot about the dragon.
How did you all come to this bargain with the dragon?
So, do you remember
was
those
it-
collars?
Took his collar off.
I
Yeah.
see. So someone was able to collar a dragon,
Yes.
and you all were able to free it from the collar.
Yes.
And so it gave the land a reprieve of 101 years.
Yes.
Not enough.
So,
Now the problem is you're gonna have to deal with whoever started putting collars on things.
Oh, but we already dealt with the one that did that with the dragon.
Where did it come from, though?
so
But
yeah,
anyways.
There's any
Look at
random
you talking
dragon
about things making it
sightings,
real.
That's why.
Mm.
Thought I'd let you know. Don't send anybody to take care of it.
Good luck.
Right, because it would be like starting up a hornet's nest.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yes.
All right.
There's one really, really big hornet.
Mm.
Also, can you tell Daxon that we said hi?
Will do.
Okay. Fern, let's go.
All right. So now we'll exposition you. You make your way through the tree. You say your goodbyes, and you're now standing near the lake, and it's late afternoon. It's kind of right at the edge of dusk. You can see the sun going down over the mountains in the distance.
Did you prepare water walking?
It's getting a little bit extra cool because it's fall and it's now becoming nighttime. And you all are amazed again because you again by the beautiful, incredible sight of the Radiant Mountain, and then also this beautiful lake, this iridescent lake, and this island that only Fern can see until anyone touches her, and then they can see it too. And while you're standing there, both Fern and Lorkris almost think they can hear a voice on the wind calling their name. But they can't quite make out the actual words. Just like they feel like it's calling you. But they're not sure if it's just a trick of the wind.
As a funny.
Did it sound like
aside.
it's coming from a direction? Or is it just...
It's coming from the island.
As a funny
Can you-
aside, I could see Lorkris and Fern standing there, and Lorkris goes, pat the head, pat the head, pat the head. See it, doesn't see it. See it, doesn't see it.
I can totally see him doing that. Yep.
So we
You
can't.
see a weird shift in behaviors. All of a sudden, Lorkris is holding onto Fern's cloak.
Like she used to do.
But he has to like stoop down, so he's all hunched over. I was like, it's dumb.
So we can only get the sense that they're like kind of like that they're calling to us metaphorically, but we can't actually hear the words or
I wouldn't
the
say
name.
metaphorically. I would just say like,
We just feel the draw.
yeah. Well, it's you just for a moment you think you hear a word that you feel like is your name being called on the wind, but you can't quite make it out as if you actually heard it. What? You whispered. I didn't hear what you said.
It was to myself anyway. Okay. So we're gonna take a rest now, and I will totally prepare water walking,
Okay.
so we can like kind of like walk across the lake for tomorrow morning, and and just take a peek, see at the island.
So
You
does
know.
the spell water walking, does it allow all of you to use it?
I believe if you upcast it,
It's also a ritual spell.
Cool. So it doesn't use up the slot.
up to 10 living creatures.
Up to 10 willing creatures.
For the lowest level cast of it, without upcasting it? Nice.
Correct.
Okay. Well, obviously, Philip and Chonkapillar don't need it, but Guar would too. Excuse me. Unless you had him go into his young puppy form and then he could just fit on your back.
Put the puppy in the
Just have him
bag
walk across.
with his head sticking out.
So,
No, big war.
free Guar. Right.
Yeah, big war.
Okay.
So
All right. Oh yeah. We gotta show the team. course, I would need to clear this out. Although I'm not gonna. Here's the team, and then
He's up.
little Philip.
He's up.
All right, so
So you rest that night. So, but before, like, are we resting in the tavern? I'm assuming.
I would ask if you guys wanted to rest in the tavern.
I mean,
Why not? We're so close to the enemy.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then,
So, was there any particular? I'm assuming you all just have a nice, quiet, relaxing kind of. You don't know what to talk about the island.
Oh,
other than
God.
it's interesting that you can't see it unless that only Fern sees it. But you all already came up with a hypothesis that you think is pretty accurate.
Yeah, Emillynn is not resting. She's like, how did I misinterpret this?
Well, after he says something, shows you in the book passage, and you're like, oh, okay, this actually makes sense. And you're not off. It's not exactly that much different.
Oh yeah, I would have brought that book with me. Like, that book is not staying there. It's coming with me.
Right. So, but you guys rest very well. I mean, this time you don't actually have to sleep. Fern doesn't sleep. You sleep or no?
I'm a half elf.
You're a half elf, so you sleep.
Mhm.
Okay. So Fern meditates. Everybody else sleeps. And
She meditates with one eye open.
yeah, I saw that. So you come out of the Pocket Dimension Tavern, and
Oh, we do?
well, yeah, I mean,
Did we decide we wanted to sleep in the tavern?
I thought that was what you guys.
I'm gonna imagine so, unless we wanted the feeling of like beforehand, but we're so close to the icky mountain
yeah.
that it just makes sense. We might as well.
Feel icky at all.
Fate's saying icky mountain.
I get you.
I mean, it's one of those instances, like, if we're ever in enemy territory, I'm standing at the opening to the tavern, I'm like, Philip, take a step out there and let me know what you see.
Oh, you mean at the end?
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
End
as
of the
we're
rest.
getting ready to come out. So I'm like, Philip, just cover yourself out and take a look around. Or stick some eye stalks out, take a look around.
Okay. He pops out a little bit, turns around, looks at you with this big wide-eyed look and says, "There's an army of foul out here."
There's an army of what?
I'm just kidding.
Hello.
What? I'm just playing.
You've been hanging out with me too much.
Well, exactly. There's nothing out here. Just the lake and the trees and the mountain with the light.
And Fern runs out there and starts to be like, "Come here, guys. We're gonna walk on this water right now."
All right, so you cast the spell on everybody, and you just naturally, casually, just start walking over on the water, and then of course, some of the folks are like, "Oh."
Those of us in armor are just
We've done it before.
You've done the walk.
I know I've done it before. Yeah.
When?
We did it when we were over in the swamp.
Yeah.
Swampy area.
Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Wow,
Yeah.
wow, okay.
That was so long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Emillynn
It's
still
been a
has a
minute.
little bit of PTSD from when she sank. So before she puts her weight in there, she taps the water.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 foot. Okay, we're good.
It's an interesting feeling, an interesting sensation being able to walk on the water, but you all manage it successfully. The one that has the most problems with it is Guar. He's like,
Yeah.
The way a
Yeah.
dog would do, like he's
Yeah. Like they're on a bridge and they're like, oh shit.
terrified.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the follow. We love you. You're perfect and amazing.
Yes, we adore you. Thank you. All right. So now you're making your way across the lake, hand in hand, so you can all see. It turns out you all don't necessarily have to be touching Fern, you figure out that one of you has to be touching Fern as long as everybody's touching each other. So you, hand in hand, you know, of course, except with Guar, in which case, I guess you could grab hold of his.
Yeah, I would just, like, for Guar's sake, I would stand next to Guar and I would just let them lead, and I'm just following them. Like, I'm not seeing the island because I'm Guar's fucking.
Okay. Right.
Yeah,
You're being supportive of him.
I know they know where they're going. I'm just gonna follow them, and I'm just gonna like glide the glaive through the water like it's like an oar. Just as he's walking, he's just letting it cut the water.
Okay.
Just because he doesn't ever drag it. This is the perfect opportunity because he's always wanted to just like, you know,
you find an
let the
interesting
stick drag.
sensation that, you know, of course, you're walking on the water, but the glaive is cutting through the water.
Yeah.
Roll me dexterity. What would be a athletics check? See if you accidentally drop your glaive into the water.
Oh no! I swear.
If you roll a 1, you drop it.
No, it's 16.
Okay. This glaive.
That would have been funny.
Imagine
if that did happen.
It would have been
I would
funny. if it
immediately
didn't.
dispel magic and just let myself sink
Yeah.
to get it. It would be the fastest place
Wow.
to get me to.
All of her words
Anyway.
just got cut out because you hit that peach. That,
Oh, is that right?
The
Peak.
peach?
She's like, I'd cast another 3rd level spell just to bring him up.
I mixed 2 words, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch and peak. Peach. I made up a word that's already made up.
I mean, if Lorkris did drop his glaive, I could see him going, Emillynn, we have a problem.
You get it. At any rate, all
Let's go.
enough fiddling with the side comment. All right, you guys make your way to the island. It is incredibly lush. In fact, it blows your mind because, well, okay, 2 of you here will know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, probably Druid not, but I'll try and describe it so that she gets it. But just for you guys' sake, remember that anime that Japanese anime? Well, obviously it's all Japanese, but I mean it's very Japanese because they're like going to that island.
You're talking about Hell's Paradise?
Yeah, Hell's Paradise.
Yeah.
So this island is very similar to that in that it's just completely covered in this weird flowers that shouldn't exist growing next to other plants that shouldn't exist, and it's just lush and beautiful, and there's all kinds of creatures, you know, insects and little creatures and crawling everywhere, but it's not like dangerous like that.
As
I
the
know,
player's like,
I know.
nope, we're not going there.
It's not
Yeah, I
dangerous.
was like,
in fact,
I'm gonna turn around and just walk away.
I know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
imagine
Yes.
imagine just flowers that are of colors that they shouldn't, and forms and plants, and just is enriched. And what's interesting is, as soon as Fern steps on to the ground first, onto the land first, the grass moves and undulates as if it's just like, you know, moves out of the way for her. And
Like, welcome home.
yeah, and she can almost hear the trees and the grass singing in a way.
Well, technically she can.
Yeah,
but-
that's true. But there's and you all actually almost hear this kind of sound. In fact, the sound master bard over here, definitely you pick up on it too, even though maybe you've been around, you know, Fern too long or whatnot. Lorkris not quite so much, and neither does Rylar. But you get the sense, you hear the insects and the sounds of the forest. But for you two, it sounds like a tone, like a music, like a melody.
I'm
very-
trying to mimic the tone that I hear.
In your head?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. Or so you listen very carefully, and it's entrancing and wonderful, and it's welcoming, and yeah.
Once Fern steps onto the island, is the veil lifted for the rest of us? So now we don't have to touch her?
Yes. Well, if you're touching her, I mean, you're still standing. You said you didn't walk with them, so you're standing back on the water. So you don't. This is
Okay.
after you get there too. But so
Yeah.
you see reactions from them stepping onto the land, and then so you and Guar hurry up and get over there, and then you see everything that they see now that you're on the island, and now it's visible, even if you're not touching her, obviously, because you're on it.
Cool. Just making sure.
Yeah. And you definitely see there's sort of almost like a round pathway through the trees that are. It's like various kinds of trees from various kinds of forests and jungles growing in way as if the climate were multi-climate. Different terrains all at once, somehow growing plants and trees and flowers that couldn't possibly grow together. But there's this kind of tunnel through the trees that you can see going off. It's dark from the shadows, but it doesn't feel dark. It feels colorful and vibrant. And hovering above it in the center of the island, above the trees, you can definitely see that shimmer. And you continue to make your way. I mean, I'm assuming that you guys continue onward. The plants and the trees seem to, in the insects and in the little critters and creatures, they flitter around Fern and seem very thrilled to see her. You know, they
Just
can
boops noses.
Yes, they all sense her as kin, and she senses them as kin, and you continue making your way through this area for not very long. It's not a huge island. It's enough to have what you would think would be a small village in the center. And sure enough, you find this. You come to this huge, well, not huge, but this very open, radiant. What am I trying to say? Grotto. Grove, thank you. It's another grove. And Fern, absolutely, you sense this is another one of the, help me out here, my vocabulary.
Nexus nodes.
It's a Nexus node, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely sense this is a Nexus node, the most powerful one yet. And you feel happy about this, but I will say this: as you've made your way, well, actually, after all this time, it would have. Yeah, never mind. You haven't noticed anything unusual yet, because of course, after thousands of years of growth, it would have, anything that might have happened here would have been overgrown. But in where the village is now, the village has been crafted out of trees, and what's really strange and unusual is in the entire village, has several different kind of tree hovels on the outskirts of it. In the center of it is one large central tree, kind of similar to your old culture, from your land before. This one is just a massive old oak tree, and it also holds a gorgeous, beautiful tree house at the top, and along with all of the other ones. The other ones are tree hovels, as if they were grown up around to become hollow, and so you can live inside the tree. But the central one is a tree house that's grown out of the branches up above, and you can there's stairs that wind up to the top, and there are ways to get from tree to tree via these little walkways. What you find fascinating and terrifying as you look before you, though, is that you kind of realize what that shimmer, well, you don't realize what it is, but you see that. So the village is surrounded by that shimmer, and it's like a cylinder going up and then domed at the top at some point, definitely high enough to go above the trees, above that main central tree. And it's not like a barrier, but at a glance you would think it's some sort of shimmery barrier, but it's just kind of winding and circular and in a sort of a weird translucent repeating pattern. And Fern and Miss Ray immediately sense just an utter silence coming from that central area. And so let me describe a little bit more. As you come out of the forest jungle area, the gosh, I lost the word again. The grove. Thank you. The grove in the center. It's as if the trees are like a wall around the grove. You get the sense that the trees in plant life are living in such a way that they can kind of move and grow themselves, so that someone could be trapped in it, wandering around in circles forever without ever getting to the center. But of course, it opened up and led you directly. Because it closed behind you as well when you got there. But as you come into the central area, there's sort of a gap, probably, I'd say, 100-foot
One Goliath.
gap. Huh?
Oh, okay. It's like one Goliath wide, but never mind. Sorry, we're good.
There's like 100-foot gap to where the village was grown. So like a grassy, kind of a nice grassland, and where they could do these circular gardens, like food, vegetable gardens and stuff. And all along the outside in grassiness. And then the village is grown with these trees, like I said, these tree hovels that connect to each other all around in a circle, and that central tree. So that part is what's in this kind of weird, tall, cylindrical thing. And you look at it and you realize it's not like capped at the top. It just kind of looks like it because of the way the striations kind of go at the top. It kind of creates an optical illusion as if it's domed, but you realize that it's not. And you also notice something, again, this is a beautiful sight, but it's also strange, because at the top of the tree house, there's like a platform that was on one portion of the tree house over to the right, kind of overlooking. There's this large platform that stretched out. It was obviously a way for someone up there to come look out on things, and there's a walkway all the way around, and it was a way for people to communicate from up above down below. And it looks like there's a strange kind of in the center of the tree. There's sort of this weird kind of frozen bluish explosion, like an explosion of energy, but it's frozen. It's like not moving. And then more centrally inside the tree, you can see a strange kind of glowing greenish portal. It also seems frozen. And you look around at now at the ground, and you see it looks like a number of bodies of both a few gargantuan people in that older armor, a few they're all gargantuan people, or they're gargantuan skeletons in they're basically corpses lying on the ground. There are some that there are a couple that look like, they're basically just a bunch of bodies all around. But again, what's interesting is they all seem kind of frozen. And looking at it, you don't hear anything coming from it. And it's almost as if you hear sounds coming around it, as if the sound just exists outside of it. As very similar. I think you guys used a silent spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to that, but not exactly that. But what, looking at it closely, I'm gonna have, you can roll arcane, you can roll nature, and you can roll religion.
$22.
33.
Jeez.
I rolled an 18.
19.
What?
19.
19. Okay.
But yeah.
So Lorkris isn't 100% sure what's going on here. It definitely looks like this place has been hit by some sort of strange magic that is beyond his knowledge and understanding. But it definitely looks like more than one kind of magic going on. And one thing he does notice, it seems to be an effect of one portion of the magic. He notices another thing going on where there's a over where the explosion is, and at that platform, it seems like there are some bodies up there, and there's a strange kind of bluish globe in one section of that platform up there. It's also sort of barrier-ish looking, but not. He's not sure what that is, but it looks like it's frozen as well. It just wasn't quite as obvious because it's kind of, it's not very tall and it's not very big. It's a small section.
And I have the best height out of everybody to see the little thing that's flipped.
Right.
All the shoulders, let's see.
True. Angle-wise, that's accurate.
Yeah.
All right. For Fern, you got a 20 what?
22.
22. You sense, you figure out the same stuff he did, but a little bit more. You definitely think that portal magic that seems frozen up there on the tree is something similar to do with, your tree portal technology. You think maybe after Lorkris points out that other part, and you all are trying to figure stuff out, you think that other part, that smaller part, that little globe, is similar to, or some sort of, it seems similar to your gravity spell, but not exactly the same, because it's obviously a much smaller area and doing something different, but something similar. You're not so sure about about the explosion. Definitely looks like all these people are dead. You're like, how, what, but it seems at a glance, your character thinks it just happened recently. And then finally, Miss Emillynn Ray over here, who fucking nailed it with that hell of a roll.
I rolled an 18 and I have expertise in Arcana.
Yeah.
So it's double proficiency.
And you're a bard, you know lots of shit. You suspect the following. It looks like at the top of that platform on the tree, there was a battle going on. In that area, there's more than one spell effect that's occurred. One is the portal technology, which you believe is similar to Fern's tree portal technology. You think that little minor small globe thing is some sort of gravity well spell, if you had to guess. Like maybe something related to reverse gravity, or maybe the reverse of reverse gravity. And you think that the explosion, based upon the type of color, size, and you notice these rays striating out of it that aren't quite obvious unless you look at it from multiple angles. It's sort of like one of those kaleidoscope things. But again, because it's frozen, you think that is some sort of massive magical explosion, like more powerful than your average fireball times 10. and maybe even worse than that. You're not sure, but and then finally, you think the whole shimmer thing over the whole village is some sort of time something that messes with time. Like probably the kind of spell an arcane mage of incredible caliber would craft or create or attempt to create that allow him to, pause or slow time in some way to favor him. And but it looks like what's really fascinating is all of it's happening kind of culminating in a single moment.
Okay.
Emillynn is just going, huh.
So you all share your findings with each other?
Yeah.
What you have a question, Lorkris?
No, I was going to make a statement. I was actually wait a minute. Did they share everything yet?
Yeah. So you say all that, you guys say that, and Rylar's like, what? To have magic like that?
Yeah, Rylar, what kind of magic do you see up there?
He looks doing his detect magic, and he rattles off the different kinds of magic that might be, but he's like, it's hard to tell because it seems like stuck. He says, it looks like stuck, like when you're constipated or something.
Oh yeah.
There's no magic could get constipated.
Well, apparently it can.
Some sort of
It look-
time-altering spell in a way.
But
Are you gonna
It
say
looks
something,
like
Lorkris?
it looks like it all went awry, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna say, Lorkris?
Sounds like that explosion that the rebels experienced.
Philip says, wait a minute. Are you talking about the history thing from
I mean,
when
if you think about it, it was mostly all Goliaths. There's the queen, right, and her daughter
That's the Glomel,
of the Glomelves.
the
She wasn't a queen,
Archdruid.
she was an archdruid, but yeah.
Archdruid, yeah. The Archdruid and her daughter. There was still some anti-Semitic feelings about the Glomelves. And there was an event. And that was it.
So
This looks like an event of some kind.
Yeah. This is probably the place.
That a character, are you referring to the special note in the report that indicates that most of the triumvirate assault team was wiped out during the mission? The few survivors claimed that during the final fight with Ulthric and Emillynn, a strange magical anomaly occurred. Further search teams sent out afterward to investigate could no longer even find the hidden location anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pieced it together.
See, I knew Lorkris paid attention.
So Rylar says, so we're gonna try and piece together what actually happened here.
Mm-hmm.
How are we gonna get through that? I kind of scared to touch it. I feel like we might get stuck in it too.
Well, we can observe from the outside.
The one thing that you come to the conclusion of is that for you to actually truly figure it out and study it, either someone would have to be around, or you'd have to get closer.
Start making my way closer to it.
Yeah. I mean,
you'd have
as
to get
we're
closer to the
walking,
central area.
Rylar makes a great point. And to that, as we're walking, I'll just be like, well, Rylar, we are the reckless relic hunters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, people call me dumb all the time. As being,
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They always have, and that's okay. But, you know, we're not going to do dumb things. We may be reckless, but we're not dumb.
So you don't think we should try to go through the barrier?
Oh, I wasn't
Nothing
saying we're going to
ventured,
go
nothing
into the
gained.
barrier. I want to study it.
Well, it's not a barrier, is it?
No, it's some sort of spell effect that's a stop time. At least from this distance, it looks like time has stopped. But I'd have to get a closer look to see if time has actually stopped,
Okay.
or if it's just moving super slow.
That's
Philip would say
Good
that
question.
That has to be awfully damn slow for 15,000 years.
Magic is very interesting.
okay. So are we gonna walk up close to it?
Rylar's like, I don't think we should touch it.
You're correct, Ryan.
You don't know-
Nobody touch it.
I will say the more you say don't touch it, it makes me really want to touch it.
So I mean, we make it. I take it we make it to right at the
Right.
The
Yeah. So
junction
the,
of that-
the,
that
the
shimmering
garden
bit.
circle around obviously has sections and areas where you can walk, and so you walk up to the spot where you're close to it, basically, where you're within a few feet of the shimmer. We'll call it, not to be confused with that really interesting but odd sci-fi movie with Natalie Portman.
I never would have made that connection. So
I forget the name of the movie, actually, to be honest with you. Oh, but there was a thing in it called The Shimmer.
Yeah,
But
I know
it
which
looks-
movie you're talking
never seen it.
You do or don't?
I do. I just don't remember the name.
Anywho, so you guys are standing before it. It seems like a strange kind of shimmer that,
Are there any people in this shimmer?
like I said, you see bodies on the ground. They don't look like
just-
they've decayed at all. They look frozen in time.
So there's like nothing moving in this shimmer.
Yeah, like I said, there's a magical explosion and a magical portal and a magical spell effect that you can visibly see that are literally, the spell effect is frozen.
I wonder what would happen if you tried to dispel magic from that.
Oh, hold on.
One of those things.
Hold on. Pull out the descending stone.
So remember, they're up on the tree. There's a lot of shimmer between here and there. You wouldn't even be able to target the specific spell effect from here. I think the spell magic is 100 feet or
120.
120. Yeah, it's a bit farther than that. And you pull out a what?
Pull out the sending stone. I'm like, did I ask Jocko to be next to the Archmage? Because I've got a magic question.
We won't be able to answer until tomorrow.
This is true.
Philip's like, I believe in you, God. You can figure it out.
Why, Philip, do you know something you're not telling me?
No clue.
So as
When you're done, I want to do something.
Emillynn, you trust me, right?
I swear to God.
If you touch this
You trust me, right?
without my permission, you're going to the corner.
There's no corners in a round room. It picks up a.
I will make a corner. I will have Fern make a corner.
I would.
I will pick up a stone or a small rock.
Oh, okay. As long as you're not throwing yourself in there, fine.
Cool. I cast light. What's funny about it, I will say, is that we joked about it like before, but I actually want to see how the magic responds. Does the light continue to project away? And what happens to the stone once it hits the wall? Does it actually pass through? Does it move a little bit then stop? How does it affect with an object?
Let's hear the phrase though. We got to hear it from you, buddy.
Oh, I cast light and I yeet.
I love it. Love it. All right.
It's like a lazy underhand. He's got it and he's just like, like I'm just tossing the rock in the river. No, like, well, let's see.
Right.
Yeah, here you go.
All right. So I will say this, but just as you're getting, just as you cast light on the rock and yeet, you do all notice one other thing, especially, well, not all, the super perceptive folks.
I'm busy.
Right. Notice that the animals and the trees and everything, they kind of avoid it and they go around it and they fly towards it. And you throw the rock in, and what happens is it goes in as if it's been passed through. I mean, it doesn't look like it passes through like a liquid barrier. It just looks like it passes through into another area. The light that's on it kind of slightly striates outward as the rock kind of goes in, slows down, and stops instantly in midair. And now you look around and you realize there are a few places up high where a few birds from the have done the same thing. But eventually, nature figures stuff out, right? And they stopped going into that because, but there's enough birds and insects now that you look in the air that they look like they've, were yeeted rocks of light in the past.
I have another idea, Emillynn.
You had a question.
Yeah.
What's up, Fern?
I'm gonna kind of backtrack
Say that
to
again.
I'm gonna backtrack to another tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna sit down in front of the tree. And I'm gonna go, hello, tree.
Wait. Are you gonna make a face on the tree first? Before
No.
you talk to it?
Go ahead.
Hello, tree. I'm Fern.
Hello. Aren't you a pretty green arrow? Welcome to our home.
Thank you. What happened over there?
Weird magic things between humanoid peoples long, many.
I'm pretty sure there was a couple more minis that you needed, but I understand what you're trying to say. Do I look familiar to you?
Well, everything looks familiar to us. The trees we see all. People always ignore us.
I don't.
I know you do. You've always been friendly to us. Even when you played amongst the bushes, the grass.
You do know who. You do recognize me personally, though, right?
Oh, yes. Don't you recognize yourself?
No. I don't remember a lot.
That's all us trees do is remember. Don't understand why you humanoids never remember.
I just remember waking up one day by myself in the woods, and I don't know where I came from.
Well, you came from the earth, from life itself, as do we all.
I know that.
Then you have no confusion.
No, I still feel very, very confused though.
Well, how can I help?
Well, apparently, I'm the last wood elf out there. And all of the other wood elves died, many, 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 many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So how am I still here if,
I'm sorry, that's not a question I am qualified to answer.
But do you know the answer though?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stop asking about that because now I'm very sad. So we're trying to figure out what happened over there, and if we could get past that crazy shimmering, whatever. Did you see who made that shimmery barrier?
I don't think it's a barrier, but I really don't understand these magical concepts that you speak of. I know that the Archdruid, she helped make this, helped grow this place into what she started the seeds of this place, and it sheltered humanoids. There were other strange, bony humanoids that came angry at the humanoids that were sheltered here. He tried to protect them, and some of them escaped somehow through the elder tree in the center, and but then something happened. That shimmer has been there ever since.
Do I see her talking to this tree?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You guys know she went over and started talking to the tree.
Hey, Fern,
Can you? Yeah.
can you ask that tree if it can talk to the big tree in the middle?
That was literally my next question. I asked myself, what would Miss Ray have me ask them? So,
Look at you, Fern. You're so smart.
I learned from you. Three. Can you talk to the elder three in the middle?
Oh no, not since that moment long ago.
Hey, Fern.
Yeah.
Can you ask the tree if that shimmer has grown in size since it started, or has it always been this size?
Good question.
Three.
You ask that, and it says,
I don't think it's grown. It seems to always just be there. Eventually the trees and the bugs, the grasses learn to avoid it.
Hey, Fern, as a side question, can you ask this tree if it can connect to the other Nexus nodes?
So can you connect to all the other trees at the other Nexus nodes and stuff?
Well, there's a bit of a break in our connection with the lower, with lands, what do you call those directions? That way down to south.
So you can't.
I can maybe. I've been hearing inklings from from root systems far to the west that we thought had gone dead long ago. That's only been recent development.
It wasn't me.
Oh, well, good for you. You did good. Good work.
Thank you. So you knew the Archdruid?
Yes, very well. I was just a sapling, and I started here in this place by her.
Was she pretty? Like Miss Ray?
Oh, yes, beautiful.
I will be right back.
Oh, Mike about to go, or you gotta go? Oh, okay.
Oh, he just, yeah.
Yep.
I might have to come back and ask you more questions, okay? So just be ready.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
So this grove area is not like overgrown or anything.
No, it looks like whatever kind of, it's become a harmonious area, very similar to you guys' special grove. But this one was obviously started by, you've kind of figured it out, the Archdruid Ileana, and who was the who helped the refugees and Othric, and
Trying to remember if we ever had the discussion about how come these groves, these next nodes, don't look overgrown, because not very many people come to tend to it.
well, they're not overgrown because they achieve a certain harmonious balance. Technically speaking, they do look more overgrown than the average kind of area like it would. But you also have her with you, so every time you're in one of these places, it opens up for you guys in ways that would be more impassable if she weren't. Or for people who are naturally attuned to the land, like the other Archdruid and Jericho. Anybody who's very attuned to the land can and means the groves no harm can find them very easily. Some of the groves are more fragile than others. Obviously, the one in the swamp, it was corrupted. And if anybody found you guys a special grove, it could be messed up or corrupted. It could protect itself to a certain degree. This grove, you suspect, would be able to protect itself from some very powerful people. Probably not someone like Steel Dawn or even Lone Riders, or someone of that power level,
If
But-
they can find it.
Right. They would have to even know it's there. Like, who looks in the middle of a lake? Right?
We do.
Fern,
But only because we could see it.
Fern, can you
Yeah?
ask the tree if the tree doesn't connect to anything, but never mind. I was going to ask you to ask the tree if it knows anything about the light on it, but I don't think it would. Because the light on the mountain was there before this grove was created.
That is true. I don't know what else to ask the three.
Rylar was like,
It was a super good idea, Miss Fern. I mean, I still feel like we figured out a little bit more than we did before.
The only person with magical expertise that could probably explain all this is going to be the archmage, but
I'm pretty sure you can figure it out, Miss Ray. You are very, very, very smart.
Well, you did really roll. You got a 33?
33, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have you roll one more time. That's basically going to, but this time you get to roll with advantage because you figured out kind of the components of what you've seen. And then I will let you guys, we can talk together as if it's, we can talk about hypotheses or theories that you might have. And then we can, if you do well enough on this roll. She rolled a 2 and a 20.
No. I rolled a 19 and a 20.
Oh, that's a 19.
That's a 19
Wow.
and a 20.
She rolled a natural 20. So what's the total?
That is a 35.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Whoa.
You say my dice are stacked.
Yeah. All right. So I think she's gonna.
Speaking of stack, man, we were playing with BT earlier, and his first 3 attacks were all criticals.
Yeah, the odds are ridiculous. But we were also. I didn't realize this, but Celesta also has karmic dice, and if I had known that, I would have turned them off. But at any rate, we're getting off a tangent.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have figured out enough to put an entire hypothesis together. That you're very likely right.
Oh man, do I need to?
But
pull
I
up a
want
string
you
and a
guys
corkboard?
to see if you can. I'm gonna let you all discuss it as if you don't have to role play it, but it's as if you're role playing it, so you can say it out of character.
Get
What
your
do you
corkboard.
guys think has happened here is going on? Any ideas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start here. And since Fern spoke up first, or Druid, I should say. Druid, what do you think?
So I think that the Archdruid was making the portal when the Goliath showed up and they started fighting, but she was trying to hold on to creating the portal. And during that fight, I think it was probably the Archmage from the Goliaths was the one that activated or tried to do some crazy big spell, but it was the Archdruid that did this magical time thing that froze time.
All right.
That's kind of my
interesting theory. What do you think, Fate?
So I'm kind of on a similar vein that Druid has, where it's clearly, like you said, there's bodies and there's skeletons. So it's clearly there were the Goliath refugees and then the Triumvirate that showed up.
Right.
Right. So as things are happening, last ditch effort, they're being overrun. That blue explosion is the Triumvirate trying to kill them at the same time of a portal being opened that Emillynn was creating. I don't think that the time warp has to do with either one of them independently. I feel like it's a clashing of magic.
Okay. Interesting
Which is
theory.
why it's so strange. Just because I've just watched it, the mana explosion in Jobless Reincarnation, something happened, all of a sudden, boom, and an anomaly happened because there's clashing energies. Regardless,
Yeah.
that's kind of my thoughts.
You both have some great ideas and some pieces of the puzzle. Let's say. Well, how about you?
Well, I definitely think the time stop spell has been cast by a very high level arcane wizard of some sort. Audric the Crusader, was he a mage in a way?
No, Othric the
Othric?
Crusader was technically his people were, all of the warrior types were Eldritch Knights. I forgot to say that from the history that you got through, but basically anybody who was a warrior type was an Eldritch Knight, but most of their culture was just revolved around arcane magic. Yeah, he was a melee. From the history stuff that you figured out that the Gargantuan Archmage, who was sent to take out these rebels, he was uber villain.
Yeah.
And he was there. He was a prodigy and very powerful and a prophet. and he never returned from the mission. And they assumed that it was a successful mission based upon the reports they were seeing. But, you know, based upon what you guys are seeing here, it's also possible that some of the survivors, people who weren't inside what happened, might have lied because they didn't want to get in trouble, right? I mean, think about if you're part of an authoritarian, tyrannical regime like that. The bosses don't like it when you fail. So
yeah. So like my theory is, Archmage was trying to destroy the tree as the Archdruid was creating the portal for everybody to go through, but Archmage couldn't make it there in time before the portal started to close, so he cast Time Stop that stops time for everybody else but the person who cast it, so that gave him enough time to get in through the portal before it closed. That's my theory, why Time Stop is there.
what was that? What was that flicky thing?
Random theory.
Okay.
Sorry, just because like how, you know, with, you know, arguably kind of like pseudo in character, not in character. Like if whoever cast the Time Stop, you're insinuating that whoever cast the Time Stop was the Goliath.
Yeah,
right.
The Goliath
Yeah.
Archmage, yeah.
Yeah. What if that's? I know we've learned enough about the Umberseer, but not enough. I wonder if that clashing has sent him out and back and has come back as the Umberseer. Sorry.
That's a totally different kind of theory than that we're talking about from this.
No, I know, but
So-
that would be 100% with Lorkris. Like, what if, like, trying to understand this, like, if someone was free to move around, imagine this clashing of magic would create some strange anomalies.
Well, but he can't be the Umberseer because the Umberseer had started corrupting both the Glomels and your people long before.
you know, fair enough. Fair enough.
Archmage.
Never mind.
It's okay. It was a nice
Lorkris's
try.
brain is fried, okay?
It was good.
He stuck his head in the slow for a second and came back.
All right.
Okay, never mind. Continue.
No. It's good. All right. So those are all great theories, and some of you, like I said, have pieces of the puzzle. But since she rolled so incredibly well, credited. There isn't a crit on the skill checks, but close enough. Basically, you don't necessarily know historically who did what happened, but you're pretty sure you can piece together forensically that the spell that seems to be a time stop probably was not a time stop, because the time stop spell does not exist in this world. It's one of those 9th level spells that doesn't exist where you're coming from. You think it might have been some sort of temporal spell, a temporal slow spell in the area, something that a more enhanced version of the slow spell that is meant to slow time for his enemies, right? You also are quite confident that that little globe at the top is a reverse version of Fern's reverse gravity. That instead of it being a reverse gravity, it's a much smaller area, but it's very powerful because it probably increases gravity by some amount. So in a way, it's like it's designed to slow someone, make it so that they.
Yeah, it's like a gravity well.
Right, a gravity well.
So
exactly.
those bodies are people stuck because they can't get up.
No. The bodies on the ground were definitely people who died in the fight.
Oh, okay.
Right. But what you see up top, and there's some bodies up there, but you from where you can see, none of them look like who's been described. They just look like some maybe a couple of skeletal Goliaths and a regular Goliath. But right there in the center of the explosion, you can kind of make out what looks like there's a disturbance there. And the explosion near the gravity well with the portal there with the time slow in covering the village, you think that something incredibly powerful was set off, and with all of these different magics commingling in the same space, the time slow spell, the gravity well, the portal, this explosion reacted badly in an arcane way with all of that going on in the same space. And the only explosion that you can think of that would be powerful enough to potentially rip space would be some sort of artifact being broken. You remember reading stories about the legendary archmage from the past who had created something they called the Staff of the Archmage, and that it was an incredibly powerful, potent artifact-style tool in the hands of a wizard. But it had one kind of small drawback slash final
Fatal flaw.
Well, not really fatal. It's not fatal. It's not really a drawback per se, as so much as it's a final solution, and that's that if someone were to break it, that it creates a massive magical arcane explosion, powerful enough to annihilate the person in the center and suck in everybody else into like a pocket dimension instantaneously. So all this stuff, you think that basically there was a massive confluence of events. You still don't know what that resulted in or who the people were that did it. But because you fucking nailed it on figuring out the forensics of it, and you guys all helped piece it together, you all had pieces of the puzzle, you think you know how to turn it off, how to stop it.
Do?
Yeah.
Am I powerful enough to do this?
I think so.
Of course you are.
Yeah. The
Do I have the necessary spell?
I don't know. Tell me what spells that you have.
I have power word heal,
Mm-hmm.
power word stun,
Mm-hmm.
force cage, heal, Otto's irresistible dance. These are all my high level spells, 6th level and up. 5th level, hold monster. 4th level, confusion, dimension door, polymorph.
Sorry, you're going too fast. Say. Yeah.
Started with my 9th level spell, which is power word heal.
All right. So
Power word stun at 8th level.
So yes, obviously none of those are for affecting individual targets. So of the spells that you guys know you have, I want to hear some theories on what you think could potentially do. Is that good day from Spiper saying he's got to go, or hello? If you've got to go, we miss you. If you're coming in, welcome. Right.
Are you asking what we think the spell is that we would need?
Yeah, do you all have a hypothesis or theory of a spell that you think might make a difference? Either that you
reverse
have...
gravity.
What was that?
Well,
Reverse gravity. No?
Well, here's the thing. So, talking to you and Fern and Miss Ray confer about reverse gravity, and you both conclude that it could literally reverse what's happening, or it could actually make things worse in some way. There's a 50-50 shot. It could go either way. But you think you all of you have this intuition. You feel in your gut that you have somebody in the team has the tool to get this done.
Rylar, what spells do you have?
Well, I got all kinds of weird spells. What you talking about?
Tell me your spell list again.
Well, okay, I got my Purple Beamer,
Mm-hmm.
Like he starts slowly going through his spells from first.
Oh yeah,
level.
I'm being completely patient as he goes through all his spells.
Really, you want me to roleplay that?
No, let's start with his 5th level and up, please.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Fifth level. I got that new spooky one where I can go in people's dreams.
Okay.
I can do that weird necromantic kind of energy sucking innervation thing.
Okay.
And I got this one fancy spell that for some reason when Lorkris is making all kinds of fancy grenade things, I had this crazy cooped up idea that I decided I'd asked him to make one for me using this spell from the 5th level, and it's like this chains up faces. What's like what do they call it? Like planar binding. And so I got a planar binding, and I put it in one of these little glyph rock things that I can jump into. And then I got the Mystic Arcanum True Sight that I could do. Super Purple Laser, that's my finger of death. Mystic Arcanum Power Word Stun, I can tell people, no, you be still. And then I got this new one that's really cool called Foresight that makes Lorkris really a badass. I've been waiting to try that. He can like see her and beat his enemies.
Okay. Thank you, Rylar.
So,
Put my health plan and binding, but
Yeah, because I can only really do I have my super cool, awesome, hardcore storm of vengeance.
I'll give you guys a hint since she rolled so well and you guys are thinking about it.
yeah.
You did take note that the object that you threw into the shimmer didn't stop instantly. It actually made some progress before it was completely stopped.
I know. Hey, Lorkris, what grenades did you make?
What?
What are the grenades you made? I think you
What
called
are the
them
grenades? You mean the glyphs?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have any more.
But what were they?
Magic circle.
Oh, okay. What spells?
There's
did you
two things
prepare?
that come.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's two things that come to mind that may be useful. I mean, Dimension Door's got quite the range, does it not?
Does.
And we can't tell from here that we suspect that we have the same permeation of slowing. So we could get there with your Dimension Door, at least two of us. But I don't know.
And Philip said, then you might be stuck, right?
Possibility, yeah.
I mean, no. Unless this slow spell is acting more like difficult terrain. I would imagine haste could probably get us through pretty quick.
I'll
But
say
it's
that
imagine of how far we could go.
based upon, well, you can roll me an arcane knowledge check on that. I know arcane isn't your expertise, but Anybody who has an arcane can definitely roll on his theory. So
13.
I'll. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll probably get there.
I rolled a 17.
Yeah. All right. So she's confident that your idea is a good one. The problem you think is that haste will probably get you farther than the rock, obviously, but she thinks that the anomaly that's going on would stop you regardless. So, but it's not entirely impossible that the haste might be able to help with maybe a pieced together different kind of method.
Because I really don't have anything that is useful in this situation. Like, I know you mentioned planar binding, but planar binding is about binding a creature.
Yeah.
Technically a celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend.
True.
So-
That is true, and that's not what we're doing, so it doesn't help.
Yeah.
Although it all makes you guys scratch your head why the heck he would want to planar binding on a grenade, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's a clever way to utilize banishment, but that targets a creature.
I was gonna say I also have plane shift. I don't know if that is a thing.
No, it doesn't. You don't
I
have that.
figured.
You don't have that spell. Yeah, that's one of those.
I figured as much.
Yeah. So, all right. Since she rolled so well, I'll stop farting around with it. Since we're close to wrapping up, we've gone a little bit long. But this will be a nice way to end the night. You guys having figured this out, and that is that you think that if you can get, so obviously from where you're standing and pretty much on the ground anywhere around this, you're not going to be able to get close enough to the shimmer, or excuse me, close enough to the central apex of this magical anomaly from the ground. But luckily, you guys don't necessarily aren't stuck to the ground. So she hypothesizes that if you could put a high level dispel magic on a grenade, get close enough to it to chunk it at one of the spell effects that's in the anomaly's center, that it would basically break the chain, that would take the whole thing down and basically finish. It's as if all the spell effects have been frozen in time, and that you just need to break one of the chain to get it done. And so your clever idea of putting spells on grenades may be clutch here.
What's the highest level that you can do?
I can cast. Oh, wait.
What?
I can cast 9th level dispel.
So can I.
The downside is the highest we could go is 7th, because we've already determined that you can't put a higher level spell on the glyph as we're casting it the way we do it. So I can cast Glyph of Warding at 7th level. Now, someone else can waste their high level spell to imbue with it, but I fear that 7th level might not be high enough. However,
What level is Glyph of Warding?
what
level is it?
level is what?
Glyph of Warding.
Glyph of Warding is a 3rd level, I think. Oops. Yeah, Glyph of Warding is 3rd level spell.
I don't have it.
Yeah, so when we do the thing,
So you can upscale Glyph of Warding to a max of 7, right?
Yeah, so if you create a spell glyph, you can store any spell up to the same level as a slot you use for the Glyph of Warding. Target must cast a creature in an area, must use store it as mean effect, blah, blah, blah. The spell affects an area centered. I don't know, what is it? Lower by this. Yeah, so you'd have to cast it simultaneously. So the liberty that we're taking with adding the spell to the glyph is that we're working together, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to do that. The highest I could do would be 5th.
Right.
Because I would have to cast both the Glyph of Warding and that spell.
Right.
But how we've done it, we can go as high as 7th level.
But
Right.
Dispel Magic is a range of 120 feet. How far away is it?
So from
it
anywhere
has-
on the ground, it's 200 feet. So
But up in the air.
from up in the air, it's a lot closer.
Yeah.
Probably
The only
easily
di-
under 100 feet.
The problem is, you gotta be within 10 feet. Because if the glyph moves more than 10 feet, it fizzles.
Oh, yes.
So, more than likely, what's gonna have to happen is,
Your dimension door idea?
and then you hope for the best. This may sound crazy. Emillynn, do you still have that rod?
The teleportation one? It's
Nope.
For the...
The gift we were given.
The one where to make sure that you don't die.
Right, it was the gift from the Archdruid,
Druid.
and it had 1 charge left, right?
Oh, the Rod of Resurrection. Yes.
Yeah. So
But remember, in this world, the Rod of Resurrection isn't your typical one. It's a bit different. Kurt made you write that stuff down. You don't get to just use it whenever you want. You pick somebody you want to use it on. And it gives them a free death or free life from it.
Yeah.
An extra life.
So
So it's a pre-use.
So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna die.
I have a better idea. But you can finish your idea, but then
What do you mean you're gonna die?
Well, we have to be within 10 feet. And if it goes off, there's no way for me to get back. If everything goes off, somebody's at the epicenter. With that rod, I come back.
can I make another idea?
No, Blaze, you can't put
What?
more than one spell on a glyph board. Thanks for asking. I peeked. Sorry, I shouldn't have peeked. Go ahead.
No,
You have another
it's
idea.
okay.
What is it?
I mean, I could just turn into a really big bird and fly up really high with Miss Ray, and she could just try from a distance. The 9th level Dispel Magic.
It goes up too high for us to drop down. You have to be on top of it.
Is that true?
Yeah,
If-
so
if that-
the shimmer, it
Extends
rises
way
a
too high in the
total
air.
of 300 feet in the air from the ground where it goes up.
So I just want to make sure I, as a player,
Yeah,
understand.
so as
'cause
a-
I'm really
yeah.
kind of because I don't feel like okay.
No, yeah. So above table.
So I think what
that
she's
rod-
suggesting. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. So my plan was we use that rod of resurrection on me,
Mhm.
and we create the highest level dispel magic that we have on the glyph, and then dimension door in, drop the glyph. All the magic goes off. One's gonna dispel, the rest of them are gonna go. Like, this place is gonna get leveled. If what we know it is, the best idea is to try to dispel the biggest explosion, preferably, or the weakest one of the two. Either way, everything else is gonna go off. There's no way to get out of the way of that.
Well,
There's no way.
So, Philip, the problem with that is he's going to be doing the dimension door, so he's going to have to go with you into it. So, you know, that you're both going to die. Or she's got to do it.
Oh, you can't just send somebody through a dimension door. You have to go through as well.
It's you and one other person.
I would have. Okay. I didn't realize that you had to go. Yeah.
That's right.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
Well, I mean, your character could have role-played it that way because that was a misconception they had of a dimension door.
Fair enough. But yeah, somebody's got to be at the epicenter of that.
I volunteer as tribute.
No! Can I see that? Does the tree in the center have a face on it?
Thinking. No, it
Processing?
does not. It does not.
No.
But see,
That'd have been cool.
the thing is, team,
Well, if you think about it, though, the reason why it doesn't, because if she did put it on there, then potentially the people that she left could find her.
It's true. That's smart. She's so smart.
Go ahead.
I do sure hope she's my mom.
the thing is, team, if we do this and all the magic goes off at once,
Mhm.
and this place is going to
Yeah.
be leveled, where are you guys going to be? And also, if this makes as big enough noise as I think it's going to make, it's going to probably echo across the land.
My question is, do we even need to really disturb this place? First off.
Fern, you have a point. Possible we could just leave this here and tell the Archmage, hey, you can deal with this, right?
Of course, all of your intuitions are telling you that one of the biggest answers that you all have sought all this time can be uncovered if you can solve this puzzle. There might be another way besides the one that I suggested to you.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, at least you guys will have a week to think about all kinds of ideas. You okay over there?
Yes.
He turned around all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I gotta-
We timed our DoorDash for 7:30.
Yeah, and then of course we went a little long. Not bad.
Yeah.
All
It is okay.
right. So we'll
But I still don't
go ahead.
I still don't understand why it wouldn't work if we just got elevated high enough for somebody to just do a really high level. Was my idea, is it just not feasible, or?
Oh, so the problem is that because the shimmer goes 300 feet up, it rises up above the. So this thing that's happening is like roughly in the middle of the tree. So it's about 150 feet in either direction. It's just outside the range of a dispel magic.
Okay.
But okay, so keep something in mind. I'll say this, if that helps. What can I say?
Like, is the shimmer a
Let me
magical
do it in
effect
character.
itself?
I was saying, let me do this in character. Philip says to you all, he said, maybe we're overthinking this. If it's all a chain, then you really only got to break one spell of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
So we could just dispel the big barrier. Or the shimmer.
His little eye stalks.
That's what. Okay. I was overthinking it. Because whatever.
I mean, Fern, that is what I was thinking too, but like I said, the after effects of everything else going off.
Well,
Sorry.
to be clear, because your character rolled so high, you're confident
Not bad.
that you can't dispel it from outside of it.
Oh.
But you guys did need to have this conversation to figure out how to dispel it from within it.
So,
Somebody does have. So, Miss Ray, you are going to have to.
dimension door.
Dimension
and
door.
dispel magic. Yep.
No. Oh, I just saw a head shake from Stormy. That was
Sorry.
That,
I mean, I feel like you guys are at the cusp. You figured it out. Your idea of putting a high-level dispel magic on a glyph of warding was. I wanted you guys to get to that because that's the key to this particular puzzle. But
okay.
How do we get it there?
Yeah.
well, I mean, it has to be cast from within the spell effect of one of the spell effects that are part of the chain.
And which is one of them is that slow, which is the shimmer. So literally,
It's
we just have
literally
to.
in front of you.
Yeah, literally, like we don't have to go all the way to the explosion. We just have to go into the barrier. You missed that part because you were on the phone.
So basically,
But-
you guys kind of danced around it enough that you kind of overthought it, which happens. I totally
Yeah.
get it.
I mean, Philip, you do realize this is a team of overthinkers, right?
Oh, well,
Duh.
yeah, that's true. I guess that's one of the reasons why I like hanging out with you guys. You wander around mazes of thought. It's quite fascinating.
I mean, Philip, you've been around me for over 20 years. I'm the biggest overthinker because of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so say we dispel this temporal slow, but explosion's still going to go off.
Exactly.
So,
Well, technically, it's
Real
already
quick,
partially gone off because you
Yeah,
can
but-
see
well,
it.
we don't know the
Right.
we don't know the radius. Like in that sense, it's gonna cascade and resolve.
Correct.
Right.
We just don't know how big it's going to
So that means you got to decide
Yeah.
how far away from
Alright.
the shimmer you want to throw.
Yeah. You got to be 10 feet.
Yeah.
So
'cause-
Emillynn,
Oh, you have to be 10
Yeah,
feet.
the glyph of warding says you have to be within 10 feet
Be
of it
within
for
10
it to
feet.
go off.
Correct.
yeah. Or actually, it can't move more than 10 feet. Emillynn, are you prepared to cast Force Cage?
So you want me to cast Dimension Door and Force Cage?
We don't need a dimension door.
Yeah.
Force
You
cage?
figured out you don't need Dimension
Oh.
Door. All you got to do
Yeah.
is yeet the grenade in.
It-
The problem is
yeah.
you have to be within 10 feet of the shimmer
Uh-huh.
to chunk
Yeah.
it in. It has to
So-
blow up the dispel from the inside.
Yes.
And that's why you're
So
throwing
I
the
could
grenade.
use my really big spell
Oh.
to put in for the ward,
Okay.
and then you could just force cage us to protect us.
What about the
So,
little grove?
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
Well,
From the
so
explosion.
yeah, don't know what's going to happen with whatever fallout of that cascade is.
Sure.
So that's part of the concern.
Let me read
So
Force
if
Cage.
Emillynn, what's that?
Let me read Force
I don't think it's
Cage
going to be
again.
big enough for all of us.
So
The
you're
10-foot
suggesting
cube?
that she ready action to force cage after you chunk it.
As soon as I throw it before it hits the wall, and then, I mean, it could just be two of us.
Yeah.
But that way, if whatever that cascading magic fallout is,
See?
whatever that explosion,
I knew you guys would
like-
come up with something that I hadn't thought of. I'm impressed.
like it may not reach us, but why take that chance? If force cage is impenetrable, can only really, in this context, can only be really dispelled through a high level dispel magic, it is impenetrable to all magics. It doesn't necessarily. So, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, that's very smart. That's pretty smart for you, Lorkris. Good job.
You guys have done well since you've been hanging out together.
I think that's our best bet then. I expected, so when in the idea of like the slow, like, yeah, I didn't look at it as a spell
So,
in the same context.
yeah. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Your character's knowledge of the past. You remember this legend that you heard about this mage who had the Staff of the Magi, and it had this special ability that's sort of like the final end ability. It's called Retributive Strike. It could be activated by the wielder, or if somebody knew how to activate it, they could do it too,
Mhm,
even if you were holding on to it. It's called Retributive Strike. And for that kind of item, it's fairly limited, but still very powerful. But if there were an artifact level 1 created, it would be much more powerful. So I'll tell you the stats that you remember effectively, and you think that it's probably going to be 10 times this range, whatever I tell you, because you suspect from the look of the explosion where it's at right now, the way it stopped and everything, the speed and everything, just doing all the calculations, this is what you think. So, the Retributive Strike of the Staff of the Archmagi, you can use an action to break the staff over your knee or against a solid surface, performing a Retributive Strike. The staff is destroyed and releases its remaining magic in an explosion that expands to fill a 30-foot radius sphere centered on it. Again, you suspect that based upon what you know about this Archmage and their technology and their power level, that this is going to be
300 feet.
300 feet. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges in the staff. If every other creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw, on a failed save, the creature takes an amount of damage based on how far away it is from the point of origin, shown in the following table. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage. 10 feet away or closer is 8 times the number of charges. 11 to 20 is 6 times. 21 to 30 is 4 times. So just put a 0 on the end of that. So the closer you are to it, the more damage you're taking. But yeah.
So the thing
Oh,
is,
no.
Force Cage doesn't say anything about protecting from magical effects.
Oh, it does. Because think about it. That's what
Yeah.
the way that the spell works. You can't hit somebody with
nothing can go
spells.
in or out.
Yeah.
Which is why doing like cloud kill or like
Okay.
contagion, or is it contagion?
Remember that was
Or no,
how-
ray of
It
it was
says-
ray of sickness and force cage that basically creates a microwave.
Oh Lord.
I mean, rules as written, technically dispel magic doesn't get rid of force cage.
Right.
So if you use like
Rules as written.
cloud kill or something like that, and then trap them in there, like it has nowhere to go, so they just die. It's pretty gross.
Yeah,
Actually.
that's sick. But yeah, remember how you used it. That's the whole point of it, is that you can't, you used it to protect yourself from the powerful ones of Steel Dawn for a temporary period of time, so that you can take on the rest of them. Because they can't cast spells through it. They can't get through it.
Yeah.
Only and you have to, like, you can teleport out if you pass a DC or something. Super tough.
Yeah, something like that.
Agreed.
But yeah,
Agreed. I saw who.
so I take it we'll finalize the final nitty gritty of like our order of operations
Yes.
Yeah. How tall
and
is your
like
character
and all
again?
that.
Right?
Huh?
How tall is your character again?
6'5"?
It's 6'4", but okay.
I
I'll
thought it
take
was
6'5".
6'5". I thought that's what you told me.
It was 6'4".
Okay.
With shoot with his boots, he's 6'5".
Man, he is a short Goliath.
I know, but everyone still looks up to him.
Small.
Well, up
Small.
at him.
Small man.
Small. Smo.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Short king.
Trying to figure
Short
out
king.
which kind of force cage I need to create. Gonna be.
You'd need
Just a solid one.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. If you do the math, I've kind of explained to you how big the village is. Its edge, basically the edge of the village is what I say? It was 200 feet from here to up there. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. You need to do this. The force cage will
It's the only good way to do it.
yeah, because you have to be within 10 feet of the shimmer,
The wall.
but the explosion radius is it's gonna nuke the village.
Trying to.
But we need to figure out what's in there. It's very important.
No, you have no
I mean,
shot of doing
so-
that unless you do this first. So, and you,
Yeah,
you
because
all
technically
fence even-
speaking, it doesn't necessarily have to destroy everything. It just takes damage. There's going to be plenty of things that survive.
Yeah. Because it's so strong and so powerful, and the trees are so good and so
Yeah.
wonderful, and they're so.
But yeah, we'll figure out the order of operations
The
next
trees
week.
are so
Yep.
nectar-
All right. Yeah.
Guys, it's been an honor and a pleasure. So good that we went
man.
long tonight, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying what you're figuring out, and you're on the cusp of learning one of the final secrets of the origins of Lorkris and Fern. And you will definitely figure that out next week, 100%, if you're successful in this this spell puzzle. And be on the edge tonight. Fantastic, Blaze. We appreciate you.
Oh,
I like it.
love that.
And then next week we're gonna figure that out and then move on to the final phase to see, because there's one last big onion layer to peel. Right? Well, two technically, right?
Well,
after that,
two-ish.
figuring out who the Void Lord / Umberseer is.
Shadow Man.
Figuring out the mystery of Radiant Mountain. I love you guys so much. This has been incredible. I'm so happy. And now we got to raid out. Who are we raiding, guys?
Iltacine.
All right, Iltacine it is. Raiding Lord Ilt. And look at that, he's already popped up. Guys, I appreciate you all for coming to the show tonight. We're going to catch you again. Check out Fate's stream tomorrow. And hopefully with Banana Tom. And then you and I
hopefully
stream
with
tomorrow
Bantam
night.
and Wookiees, because we're going to continue with Tiny Tina's. If Wookiees is able to join us, absolutely. If not, then it's going to be Tiny Tina's Wonderland. D&D and guns, baby. Let's go.
Right on. All right, guys. We love you so much, and have a great rest of your weekend. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more fun. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yay, team of overthinkers. Let's go.
Goodbye.